chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonely tale, in silence I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the room stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my life no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. Now I stand, a sentinel of despair, in solitude's kingdom I'm the heir. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence I'll find solace there. In shadows cast by twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust, a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. A puppet on a marionette string, they danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival, they made me swing. But when the show ended, they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonely tale, in silence I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the room stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, stand, a sentinel of despair. In solitude's kingdom, I'm the air. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence, I'll find solace there.
Shadows cast by twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust, a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. A puppet on a marionette string, they danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival, they made me swing. But when the show ended, they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever I'll pour. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonely tale, in silence I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the room stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever I'll pour. Now I stand, a sentinel of despair. In solitude's kingdom, I'm the air. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence, I'll find solace there. In shadows cast by twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust, a sacred
roses left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. A puppet on a marionette string, they danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival, they made me swing. But when the show ended, they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonely tale, in silence I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the room stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. Now I stand, a sentinel of despair, in solitude's kingdom, I'm the air. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence, I'll find solace there. In shadows cast by twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust, a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. A puppet on a marionette string, they danced me, made my heart sing. chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonely tale, in silence I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the loom stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my life no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. Now I stand, a sentinel of despair, in solitude's kingdom I'm the heir. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence I'll find solace there. In shadows cast by twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust, a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. A puppet on a marionette string, they danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival, they made me swing. But when the show ended, they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonely tale, in silence I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the loom stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, sentinel of despair. In solitude's kingdom, I'm the air. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence, I'll find solace there.
Shadows cast by twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust, a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. A puppet on a marionette string, they danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival, they made me swing. But when the show ended, they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonely tale, in silence I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the room stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. Now I stand, a sentinel of despair. In solitude's kingdom, I'm the air. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence, I'll find solace there. In shadows cast by twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust, a sacred sign, but
but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. A puppet on a marionette string, they danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival, they made me swing, but when the show ended, they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonely tale, in silence I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the room stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. Now I stand, a sentinel of despair, in solitude's kingdom, I'm the heir. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence, I'll find solace there. In shadows cast by twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust, a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence, forever apart. A puppet on a marionette string. In shadows cast by twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. I puppet on a marionette string. They danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival they made me swing, but when the show ended they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonelier tale in silence, I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the loom stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. Now I stand a sentinel of despair in solitude's kingdom. I'm the air. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence I'll find solace there. In shadows cast by twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonelier tale in silence, I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the loom stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roam. In the ocean of silence, forever I'll pour. Now I stand a sentinel of despair. In solitude's kingdom, I'm the air. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence, I'll find solace there. By twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar. In the ocean of silence, forever I'll pour. I puppet on a marionette string. They danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival, they made me swing. But when the show ended, they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar. In the ocean of silence, forever I'll pour. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonelier tale in silence, I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the loom stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roam. In the ocean of silence, forever I'll pour. Now I stand a sentinel of despair. In solitude's kingdom, I'm the air. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence, I'll find solace there. twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. I puppet on a marionette string. They danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival they made me swing, but when the show ended they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonelier tale in silence, I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the loom stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. And now I stand a sentinel of despair in solitude's kingdom. I'm the air. They took my trust.
And welcome back for week 19, guys. We are getting on to the 8th circle of hell in Malebolge. And my camera being a pain in the ass. Ugh.
I still have the starting screen, just so you know.
Yeah, it should
there it
kick
goes.
over. Yeah, delay.
It did.
But this is the 8th circle where we enter the Malebolge. It's one of these things that I always found interesting because at least in modern zeitgeist of mythology, most people think of Malebolge as a individual because of the Spawn comics, as opposed to the actual location of the 8th circle and it's being its proper name. But we are getting to the 8th circle. We last week we left Gary on in all of his serpenty glory and his fucking infernal uber. Since that's really all he functioned as, and that was the very beautiful canto, one of the most useless cantos in the Inferno, in my opinion, still, because it's really what it is. It's a taxi. We're gonna get Big Bad Barney Badass Gyrion to come up and fly you down so you don't gotta walk some stairs. Not even a taxi, he's an elevator. But in this one, we get to, honestly, when I read this as a kid, it made me picture, all of, the artwork from, sci-fi and stuff of what Mars would look like with, the way this place is described. Just, Mars after dark, if it was, Martian midnight type thing. All the dark reds, the dark grays, like honestly, when I read this as a kid, it felt like I'm like, man, that's fucking cool. Dante got to go to Mars before anybody else, and just in his imagination. Like honestly, this is the way I thought. That being said, this is one of the more fun to read because it's one of the few cantos that doesn't have any of the ridiculously fucking tongue twisters that Longfellow or even Sayers can be known for at times. And just so you know, you're muted, Rich, in case you're talking. Because I know you muted while we were just bullshitting.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay.
I didn't say anything yet.
I just wanted to let you know, because we sat there chit-chatting for a little bit waiting for income. Because we're all getting a slow start this morning.
Yep.
Oh, I've got the spreadsheet ready though. It's got all the bolded stuff. Everything is ready.
Nice.
Mm.
But one of the things that I like about, like, as we're reading through this and, like, getting through the history of this, like, the symbolism of this, again, like, to us has a very different visual symbolism, etc. To Dante, I'd like to bring into this is a significance that would be very niche to Italians, or more specifically, anybody who had recently been under Roman rule in the last few hundred years. Because, like, the whole thing of, like, tinging this red, you know, bringing that kind of idea of, like, almost like rust-colored appearance to everything around you. That would have been very significant of, like, Roman leadership, where red and purple were significant, are signifiers of either station or nobility, depending, you know, on context. So, like, bringing this deep red color into this, like, it's going to, especially in the early 1300s, going to be bringing anybody in Italy to a kind of almost like subconscious reverence of either fear or respect, because they honestly associate this color with it in almost everything they do in their daily life. Like nobles were pretty much the only ones who could have afforded to make proper red clothing at this time anyways, but, like, even if they couldn't, there were actually laws in certain parts of Italy against peasants wearing red at this point in time. So,
well, purple as well too. So I mean, like, purple.
Well, but that was because of the emperorness of purple.
Yeah.
But yeah, that had a different reason, because that was a signifier of Jupiter Maximus, and it was a sign of the station of divinity / divine rule of the emperor. But yes. Although purple is one of those things that they use more, and I think because it kind of happens naturally, like, you end up with, like, a purple night sky every once in a while. I think they kind of, like, let that one slide a little bit more than the red, because, like, you could accidentally make purple shit. It was really, really hard to make intentionally red shit.
Yeah, I think it had more to do if it was like a deep purple more than anything. If
Yeah,
it was like
probably.
a deep purple color, then that
was-
would be a problem.
It was arguably harder to make purple than red back then. Getting the actual dyes and pigments to make
but you're
royal purple.
You're thinking of making it proper. That's why I said you could accidentally make it, though. Just imagine, like, the first time you go and collect blueberries in a white smock.
Yeah.
Like, this could happen. Blackberries, elderberries, things that are all over fucking, you know, Italy. So yeah, like, that's what I mean. Like, you can accidentally make purple stuff, and there's a lot of, like, accidentally and incidentally purple stuff in nature.
Mulberries.
Yeah,
mulberries will give you a deep purple.
And those things remember if. Yeah, but I don't remember if mulberries are native to Italy. I don't remember. Shit, I'd have to look it up. It's in the right, like, temperature region, but I don't know if they're native to there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could accidentally make purple very easily, whereas accidentally making something red, very hard. That's how you made pink. Anybody who's washed a brand new red shirt with white clothes knows exactly how you make this pink. But like making red shit's actually really difficult even to this day. Even with synthetic chemicals, red is hard to get. Well, harder.
Black mulberries are native to Southern Europe.
Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, mulberries. Another one that we can add of the accidental. I'm just collecting stuff so I don't starve to death, and oh shit, I'm now purple.
Mm-hmm. And like, everything is purple. My face is purple. My entire clothing is purple. Hell, my hair is purple because of these damn mulberries. If you've ever eaten them before, you know. If you know, you know.
And if you what was that, Rich?
Teeth.
Yeah. And to any of you who have never eaten mulberries, think what's her name, Veruca or the chicken turns into a blueberry.
Violet.
Violet
Beauregard.
Yeah,
Violet.
Yeah, think that, but because you get stained from the outside, not because you're turning into a blueberry.
Yeah.
Like but it's that color almost. Like it's that bright for at least a couple hours, and then it starts to fade, and maybe in a couple days you're okay.
You could rub it on your face, and it would look like you got a shiner.
I never thought to use them like that. Damn, that would have been a good trick. Fuck, yeah. Too old to do that crap now. But that would have been a good trick as a kid. Like, come in with a freaking, mulberry shiner. Mom comes over. Gotcha!
But then you get a shiner.
Well, I would have gotten something, that's for damn sure, but it would have been worth it. But that being said, going back to hell, as we get into the reading of this, I like this one mainly because of the lack of tongue twisters. It's one of the times where Longfellow's artistry really pans out in a way that even the modern ear and modern tongue can wrap around without much difficulty, because it's just the pureness of the words. Now, I did try and go back and go through the Italian and break it down with my Latin and all that. It seems to line up fairly close, so it doesn't even seem like Longfellow had to take much poetic license here to do any of that. Which is impressive that, at least for what it seems like in these lines, English and Italian lined up fairly well. And that's kind of one of those weird idiosyncrasies that happen in life where you're just like, all right, let's go.
One pronunciation note, even though everyone calls it, well, actually, I don't want to say everyone, because I don't know how everyone pronounces it, but most people would probably pronounce it Malebolge or something like that.
Malebolge.
Yeah, the original Italian pronunciation would have been closer to Malebolge, which you can see from line 3 in the Italian, which ends with the rhyme, come la cerchia che d'intorno il volge. So...
No, I understand that.
And the people from my neck of the woods would have called that male bogey.
But as I pointed out first, the reason that most people attribute Malebolge and the pronunciation is because, funnily enough, more copies of Spawn sold than people realize. There's a lot of copies, and specifically the copies are the issues where he's in hell speaking to this creepy motherfucker in the comics. There's a lot of issues of that sold, therefore
I didn't realize. Yeah, I didn't even realize this showed up in comics.
Yep. It even shows up in a comic book movie. Funnily enough, from the original Spawn movie with Michael Jai White has Malebolge in it. And that comes from Western readers reading it and just kind of going with it. And I'm guessing that fucking Todd McFarlane, rather, also was of similar note where he just read it with an English-speaking ear as he read the word, and it just stuck from there. Somebody probably asked him at a Comic-Con how to say it, and this is just what he said, and it ran from that point. But more people attribute Malebolge to Spawn than Dante in today's world. Like, if you look it up, more websites attribute this word to Spawn than Dante.
That checks out.
It surprised the hell out of me. Dante's been being studied for fucking 600 years. Jesus Christ. Almost 721 years now. It's basically been being studied since it was published.
Yes, but you have to remember, that's studied in the realm of academia and literary scholarship, not in the world of the common person.
But still, 700 years. That's a lot for the common person to catch up with. Since, I think Spawn came out in 1991 or something like that, 92?
Sounds about right.
That's a lot of time to catch up with.
It's only been in the 20th century where we stopped reading Dante in high school, or the equivalent of high school.
Yeah, so and I'd say, based on the fact that you didn't read it in high school, but I did, I'm saying we were probably the last generation to do it at all.
Well, did you go to a Catholic school?
I went to a public high school. Now, there was a lot of Catholic schools in the city I went to, but oh no, I didn't go to a Catholic school. That was my dad.
Wait, what city were you in?
At the time, I was in a place in South Florida, and there was 3 Catholic schools in my city.
Okay. If there were a lot of Catholics in your area, that might have explained it.
But there was 3 Catholic schools, 1 public school, to put it into perspective for you.
We would have been more likely to read Paradise Lost in my school, which we didn't read that either. But we would have read that before we read Dante, I think.
Well, I mean, here's the real question. Did your school offer Latin?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. We are definitely the last generation that had that luxury. Or nightmare, depending on how you view it.
My school offered Latin. My Catholic school I went to offered.
Yeah, your Catholic school. We went to fucking public schools.
But the thing is, we just were lucky. We had a teacher. She was actually my debate coach. Also knew Latin, so she taught the Latin class there. And to this day, that's the way it is in public schools, at least in this area, is that if there's a teacher who can teach Latin, then they will definitely give you the sections and let you teach it.
Really?
But there just aren't a lot of people with those degrees anymore.
See, I find that funny because in Michigan they're everywhere. Like, you could throw a stick and he's find 10 people that can speak ecclesiastical Latin.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But we don't have Latin classes in the school up there anymore. So that's why it surprises me that still to this day they do it. That's
well,
kind of
it's
cool.
a feather in your cap for a couple of reasons. You know, number one, if Latin is your language class that you choose to take in high school, your SAT scores go way up because, of course, there's so many words with Latin roots in them. So it kind of becomes like and if a school has a Latin teacher, like it's just a reputational boost for that school.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing. That's why I actually like it.
Every principal I know would love to hire a Latin teacher. It's just that there's not a lot to pick from.
Whereas if I went to Detroit today and went to my old friends that are now school teachers, and they had been like, "Hey, my Latin's up to par. I could do year 1 Latin. I couldn't do year 4, but I could do year 1 and year 2." There is not a school up there outside of a Catholic school that would accept it, and I wouldn't be able to keep up with the people that the Catholic schools could get, so they wouldn't hire me on that score alone.
Y'all are talking about whether or not Latin was offered as a class in your high schools. I'm fairly certain the only reason I knew Latin existed as a language in high school was because of Star Trek.
Are you kidding me? In Boston? How?
No.
Oh, okay.
In California.
Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. I was about to say, in Boston, how the fuck did you avoid this?
No. In Northern California. No, if I had been in Boston, we literally have a school called the Boston Latin School or
That's
something
what
to that effect.
You also have the Quincy Latin Academy just outside town. Like, you guys have a ton of fucking Latin
Yeah,
school.
no.
Like, you have more
Boston
Latin
is very-
speaker. You have more pure Latin speakers in Boston than they have in Rome. That's why when you said that, it shocked me.
No. I was talking in Northern California and the boonies. Yeah, no, like where I lived in high school, the only reason I knew Latin existed as a language was probably Star Trek.
That's just wild to me. But still, yeah. And Rich, you unmuted like you were going to say something. Sorry if we talked over you.
No, I've been unmuted for a while.
Okay. For some reason, Discord had the little thing on for a second. Weird.
Although, to be entirely fair, my school, at least that I went to the first year of high school, because I went to 3 different schools. The first one I went to was a big public school, and they had both French and Spanish to their credit, which was unusual.
Yeah, the school I went to, they did Latin, but Latin was like it didn't count as a second language because it wasn't meant like that. It was kind of like we still had the history thing where everybody took Latin. It was just expected. It was like I also come from the generation where everybody took calculus. Like once you got to senior year, this was you were either in trigonometry or calculus, and you didn't really have a choice in doing one of the two.
And now I'm thinking back to the Star Trek prediction of 8-year-olds taking calculus.
I mean, the thing is in realism, if Roddenberry had been right, and we actually did get over all the shit that obviously we haven't, and we were to actually start teaching on a properly standardized level, yeah, that actually would kind of be the thing, because by the point that they are, the level of technology they are, calculus would be like their algebra. You'd have to teach it at that kind of base level to get to all the. I mean, think about it, man. They literally had quantum computers in their fucking hands, Ancom.
I mean, yeah, okay, fine. Be that way.
That would make it even harder to learn, don't you think? Like when computers can do everything for you, why learn it?
Well, no,
Right?
to a point, yes. That's why you would stop learning things like trig, algebra, calculus, things like that are now like orders of magnitude more simple for these highly complex computers, and you'd start at something like calculus as opposed to end at something like calculus for their base education, because they'd have to learn much higher orders to then further the new technology. It's a byproduct of our time. And by the way, if you go back through history, and our pedagogical teacher over here can back this up, if you go back over time, you'll actually see like almost like overlapping Venn diagrams where these cycles happen. As the technology goes, the progression of what we teach changes as well.
And it's also worth noting that within the Society of the Federation, a very high value was put on having understanding of the technology around you, as opposed to just accepting that it's there, which is what we're kind of used to today. I won't say everyone did, but like at least within the idealized worlds that we see on the Enterprise and even on DS9 to an extent, most people have some understanding of the technology around them. Even if they couldn't necessarily fix it, they still understand kind of how it works, and they have some understanding of the fundamental
Prime
nature
example
of.
is you said even to a point DS9, and you're right. That's where like it's the least prevalent in the old shows. Even there, Jake is able to get around like door frames that are locked by opening up the panels and messing with stuff, and that's a kid. And that's not
a kid who goes on to become a writer, right? He's not overly technical as a person.
Well, I mean, his best friend was very, very technical. So
yes,
I'll give Yeah, and I'll put some of that to it, but he was still a fucking kid doing this. This is stuff that like Starfleet officers, quote unquote, went through training to do. And here's this, I think he was like 15 or something like that. Like your old kid doing that shit. Like, yeah, that's the point. Yeah, you're right. It was, they were focused on the present and being able to understand everything around them, because let's be honest, living in space, you kind of have to. Because when shit goes wrong, you fucking die if you don't know what you're doing.
Like, and we see diagrams when they're in school of them learning, learning how the wormhole works. Because in the case of DS9, for those who don't know, they're on a space station that's right next to a wormhole that goes 60,000 light years away across the galaxy. And so, like, they're even learning to some extent the subspace mechanics of how wormholes work. And these are, these kids are 14, 15 at best.
Are you kidding me? That's in that class. Naomi Wilder is in a class with them. She's 12 at that
No, she's
point.
not. No, she's
Yeah,
not.
yeah. When they visit, Naomi sits in the class with them at one point and sees the stuff on the screen.
You're thinking of Voyager because that's where Naomi Wildman is. I'm thinking DS9 where they're learning about the wormhole.
Not Naomi. Oh, God, what's her name? The kid from Keiko's kid. Shit, I did say the wrong name.
Oh, you're talking about
Yeah, by the end of the show, she's like 12 and she's learning that shit. Yeah, Keiko and Chief O'Brien's kid. I can't think of her name right now.
Yeah, no, Molly is her name. Molly. However,
I did say the wrong
name. You are, but you're also thinking of the wrong thing because we don't see Molly at that age. What you're thinking of is where they go to a planet where there's some time travel shenanigans involved, and this is like seventh generation down the line. A girl named Molly, different kid though.
Okay, I could be misremembering. It's been years since I saw the episode.
You have to take into account also that Deep Space Nine literally takes up right as Next Generation is ending, and O'Brien and Keiko have literally only been married for like 2 or 3 years before he gets transferred.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be a couple years, but yeah, it's not been long. But I said by the end of the show, because they do those couple of year jumps.
And they don't. Well, actually, they don't have any time jumps in DS9.
No, they do. I just remembered why. I just remembered Molly is 12, not that other girl. Remember the episode she falls through that time portal shit and she like gets lost and then they find her.
Yeah, but then she's. But
they fix her. Yeah, I just misremembered because the kids look similar. The two Mollys look similar and had the same name.
There was a specific episode where they go to a planet in the Delta Quadrant and there's a time jump. And so, like, there's a little girl that you see in a classroom being taught by a virtualized quark, which is hilarious. And they're like learning. They're learning. Like
I said, the two kids look similar, and that's why I misremembered. Because then the time portal one, there's the older Molly that comes through, who's all feral.
Yes.
Yeah. Been a few years since I watched through DS9 because, let's be honest, watching through the entirety of it is 5 days worth of material?
If you don't sleep, sure.
Well,
anyways, we're half an hour into this, and we should probably get started on the actual thing that we came here to discuss.
Let's see, actually, let's check OBS. We've been live for an hour and 10 minutes. There's probably like 30 minutes of the starting suit screen.
Oh, God.
But, yes, on that note, I will get to the reading. There is a place in hell called Malebolge, wholly of stone and of iron color, as is the circle that around it turns. Right in the middle of field malign, there yawns a well exceedingly wide and deep, of which its place in the structure will recount. Round and even as the enclosure which remains between the well and the foot of the high hard bank, and it has distinct in valleys tends to the bottom. As where for protection of the walls, many and many moats around the castle, the part in which they are figure forms. Just such an image those presented there, and as about such strongholds from their gates onto the outer banks, their little bridges. Okay, so like, the way this is being described to me, it almost sounds like Berador, in like construction with like the many like trestled bridges, like spidering out from it, like just as a brief like fantasy tangent as to like how I envision this kind of thing. Not as tall, but that kind of like multi-bridged out from the middle type thing.
Yeah, I was thinking not so much about Adur as Isengard.
Yeah.
Especially how it's presented in the two towers when the orcs are digging and building shit all around.
Yeah, when you can see all the buttresses at the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That kind of just like not really intentionally spidery, but like spidery because you needed to reinforce shit spidery.
Mm-hmm.
And the way this describes with like the many and many moats sounds like a river delta. So what do you do over a bunch of fucking little islands? You put some piles down and you make a bunch of little bridges. Like that's just how it ended up looking to me. But as we like get this down, like one of the things that I found significantly interesting about it is the way that this is described. Is in this area we get the first sense of motion, as if not only Dis moves, because we've gotten like the city of Dis moving around, but now we actually see the circles within circles are turning. So at least in the way this perceives in my mind, each circle of hell is probably rotating. Let's be honest, significantly slow, like not enough to where anybody really notice it if you're standing on it, until you get to a barrier between the two, the like one circle and the next. Because the way he describes this, as the ring around it turns, like it seems to imply the motion of this, and this is implied later because of Purgatorio as well, and we'll get there later. But that there is motion down here to confuse the lamented souls, like these circles actually do spin. But this is the first time that, at least in English, that we get it clearly shown to happen.
Well,
and that would just be disconcerting, and I'm almost done because that's what I was about to say. That'd be disconcerting to see a wall of stone just like that freaked me out.
The thing I was going to say is basically you have hell basically going down in a V shape like this. Obviously, the ring at the very top is going to spin at a different speed than the ring at the very bottom.
Yep.
So the farther you're going down, the faster it's actually spinning comparatively to the top.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yes, but that would be true if we're doing just a funnel, but there's funnels, there's plateaus, etc. And like I said, at least in the way that it's worded, it implies that stone is moving compared to the other one.
But the Earth is stationary here, right? Like this is a geocentric model.
Well, even in geocentric models, Earth turns. It just everything turns around it. That was the only thing that I would say be different. But yes,
I mean the sky turns, but
no. Even in geocentric models, the Earth turns. You're thinking flat Earth models where Earth goes.
No. I'm thinking round. I mean, this is a globe Earth. It's just stationary, and then the celestial spheres are moving around it.
Yeah.
What about
what's the
language? Well, no. I'm talking in 13th century. At least to my understanding, they still believed, even with geocentric, that the Earth turned, but everything else turned around it.
They believed the Earth to be stationary.
Galileo went to jail for saying the Earth moved.
Well, no, that the Earth wasn't the center of the center of the solar system. It's a difference.
Well, no. He specifically said that it moved, and the church absolutely was adamant that it does not move. It's stationary. That his famous muttering under his breath was, "Nevertheless, it moves." Because he was in trouble for it. It was for contradicting that it's stationary.
Yeah, I know there was a prominent geocentric model where it turned. I'm trying to think what it was. It wasn't Galileo, it was.
Copernicus?
Yeah. I just had to Google it. Yeah, that is exactly
the Copernican system didn't show
which
up
meant
until the 16th century. So
I understand that, but that was the Copernican model where it had that he was not the first to think it, nor was Galileo the first to think it, but it was the Copernican model that I was thinking of where the Earth is spinning at the same time as everything else.
Woo!
But yeah, come on, remembering geocentric models. I'm not a fucking sailor. I don't need to worry about that shit. I got GPS. I know how to use a sextant. I don't need to use a sextant. There's a difference.
Hey, geocentric models have also worked for farming and like for land surveying for farming.
And have you suddenly like forgotten what you look like and think this is a mirror? Am I a farmer? No, I'm a motherfucker who grew up in a city.
Right, but I'm pretty sure as somebody who is Druish,
no, yeah,
you would understand how land surveying goes.
Well, but if you go back through Druid teachings, we didn't believe in geocentrism or heliocentrism. It was not really thought about on that scale. We cared more about the moon and the stars. Like specifically, I mean, just to be fair to this here, we didn't give a shit about that on the scale that everybody else did because it didn't affect us for our, let's see, our 9 holidays when we actually came together and talked to one another back then. Like, people forget how druids worked back in the day. They went off and did their own thing apart from each other with their families and shit and made new druids by teaching people that wanted to learn. And then, like, a couple of times a year, they all came together in little groups and met up and then went back together, or went back apart like roaches when the lights turn on the rest of the fucking year. Like, we did not, there was no organization except for we had hierarchies for some fucking reason. Because, the druid councils were a thing even back then. But, back to the reading. One of the ways that, the reason that I stopped where I did is this visualization. This is a readout system that would have been alien to most of Italy at this point. Italians didn't build like this. If for the most part. This is mainly something that you would have seen at this time on castles in the Alps, where you had to have bridges like this to cover the steep valleys and shit like that, instead of having to do the down and around shit that they did. I think that's an advantage of being where they're from, being from Florence, and part of his exile having him doing some travels here and there through the Alps, where he would have seen these castles with these multi-levels of bridges, but to him the moats would have been made out of clouds, not water. Because think about the visualization, 1300s, traveling through on horseback through these passes and shit, the fog that would settle into these valleys. You'd perfectly be able to visualize what it would be like to have water running under the bridge instead of air. And I think that's where he gets this from visually as a person, because while we can create shit out of nothing, at least in everything I looked up, Dante wasn't much of an architect. So I'm guessing he's recreating something he saw, and that's what this made me visualize as I was reading it. Because, those castles, if you've ever seen them, if you don't know how they're built, they'd scare the shit out of you. They built a castle here? That's like a sheer cliff. How did they build a castle here? that would actually be almost awe-inspiring to somebody of this time period. Hell, it's awe-inspiring to some people in 2024. Imagine back then when builders were exceedingly rare who could do, let's be honest, any kind of quality work like this, let alone quality work like this in an area that's trying to murder you. Like, so I think, at least in my opinion, what Dante's trying to do here is give kind of like, I mean, dread because it's hell, but give like a sense of awe and splendor to this moment, to kind of like give the impression of Dante the character, as opposed to Dante the author, is being overwhelmed on all sides. He's seen Walls of Rock move. He's seen this castle unlike anything he's seen in life. He's seen, you know, this like rich iron color everywhere, unlike anything he's seen on Earth. Like this would be like insanely otherworldly to anyone who has not had rover pictures from Mars, for example. Damn, I keep kicking my damn tripod. Anybody else?
I'm just reading through it, looking at the descriptions, because there's the description here of a castle with many moats surrounding it, but a little bit earlier it talks about having 10 valleys or pits, or in Sayer's case, chasms, being described, and I'm trying to figure out, like, I'm trying to envision where everything is placed, and that's one of the most difficult parts when I'm reading.
There's a map.
Yeah, but all the maps are based on people's interpretations of the descriptions, and I don't feel like his descriptions are as clear cut as a lot of those interpretations make it seem. Because, like, I'm trying to envision this just based on the language, and it's not easy.
Okay, now I can't find good. I have to search for good pictures, but here's an oil painting that kind of gives a very minimalistic feel. But like Alpine castles, where there's now just imagine that, but more valleys between the outside valley and the where the castle is, so there's more bridges.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I'd have to dig because there's fucking hundreds of Alpine castles.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out is are the castles down at the bottom of the valleys?
Yeah, at least the way this is described, it would be. And that's why I would say this is like almost otherworldly. It's dread. The castle's built in the wrong place. It's built in a place that looks like completely unforgiving. Hence why you had to have so many bridges between it and like the outside world. And the only reason that in the real world you build something like this is because you're getting ready to do war, or this place is so important that it has to protect something. It's like the High Claris Tower in Dragonlance. It's like the Hot Pass in Thermopylae. It's the place you gotta stop shit. And that would be awe-inspiring to Dante.
It's the Gila monster in, or that is it the is it the Gamora monster in Dogma? What's the monster?
Golgothan.
Golgothan monster in Dogma.
Yeah, essentially.
I'm like the Gila. What the fuck?
Yeah,
you talking about the Gila monster
yeah. He
now?
said the wrong word. He meant the Golgothan from Dogma.
Yeah, I meant the Golgothan.
Okay. The Golgothan shit demon.
But
Yep.
Oh, right. Yes.
It's not clear to me that there's castles here. It's
many.
It's comparing. It's what the text is doing is it's comparing what he's seeing to what you might see surrounding a castle, right? So like it's clearest in the Musa translation. The belt of land remaining then runs around between a well and a cliff. All of this space is divided between 10 descending valleys, just like a ground plan for successive moats, and concentric circles behind their center serve to protect the ramparts of the castle. So it's just like the way moats go around a castle is the way this is structured.
Well, yes, but
Okay.
I think he's also, because of the bridges that he's describing, while there may not be an imposing castle, that bridge structure that I'm describing that goes towards the center would still be there. And that's the kind of imagery that you'd be getting. The only difference is instead of constructed bridges, they'd be natural arches of this crazy fucking rock he's walking over.
Yeah, so there's not actually castles there. It's just he's using castles as a comparison.
Well, and let's be honest. Let's think about it. You went marching through Europe for a while. On those misty mornings as you're walking, like sometimes them fucking mountains would look like castles with the right light hitting them. And this is probably the same kind of effect, where just because of all the mist and stuff.
The imagery for sure.
Yeah. Well, and I'm thinking, like, when I was in Europe, like, there was a couple of times when you're in those mountains and you just come around the bend and the light hits this mountain in the distance. You think it's a fucking castle, but then the mist burns off for the day, and it's just one more thing I gotta climb, god damn it. That's how it feels in that moment. But, like I remember those kind of, like, images popping into my head, too. So, same kind of thing here. And to me, that would be the otherworldly effect. Like, you're in hell and you're seeing this kind of, like, castle-like structure. Your mind would fill in the blanks even if there's no castle. Because we're human. That's what we do.
Yeah.
We get scared of shit. I mean, how many times have we freaked out at a noise when we were kids and start filling in the blanks? Oh, it's this, it's that, it's the blah, 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 and freak yourself out. Like,
it's the Golgothan shit monster.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin Smith will go down in history for having fucking created the visualization of that. Like, and completely fucking, I mean, he took the easy road and it was great for the movie, but, like, there were so many ways you could have taken that storyline, but the way he takes it out is odor eaters. And that's not a fucking spoiler. It's been 20 plus years. Get over it.
You know, I'm trying to remember. Did this come out before or after Febreze was like invented?
Well, Lysol was a thing at that time, though.
Well, yeah, but they didn't do product placement, so it was like I think it was odor eaters knocks hard odors out, and then like right after he fucking knocks out.
They were doing product placement. They did it with like Pepsi. Doritos have done that for years.
No. In Dogma. Dogma,
like just specifically Dogma.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't remember any product placement in Dogma. Like even the popcorn.
Buddy Christ.
Well, but that was his products. like even like the popcorn and like shit that they're eating. Think about it. Like every fast food chain has a different name. Movies. Like, I think he does that intentionally to like save on having to worry about that shit. Because.
The other thing is that you can also make it funny. He's somebody that's also looking for a joke in the background at the same time. So it's funny to go into a McDonald's, but like just like Coming to America, it's even more hilarious to go into a McDowell's.
I had somebody argue with me that McDonald's was a real place that went out of business in the 90s.
Oh my god!
And I about shit. I'm like, and he's like, but I have a shirt, and I'm like. Like, sorry, that I'm not going down that tangent.
You should ask him what the Big Mink tasted like.
Now that being said, like as we have like dissected this isn't actually a castle, but it looks like it as you go through the mists and this haze and all that. And, like, to me, that is a significant, like, imagery, especially for somebody who has gone to war, who has fought as what we would nowadays call a dragoon. In their time period, they called a cavalryman. Like, this is, like, the imagery he is evoking with, especially with the people who'd be reading this would know this part of his history more than anything, since it's what led to part of his exile. That would be like really powerful imagery coming from a veteran. Like, people think about veterans today, and there's a whole bunch of like fucked up political shit we can go into. But in this time period, like, the veterans seeing something like that imagery being brought back to the average population, these were their rock stars, even if they fucking hated them, even if they fought for the other side. These were the stories of adventure that they told around campfires and shit. Like, and essentially, this is Dante doing that for the aristocrats. Like that's the same kind of thing where he's trying to evoke to these fucking purebred little, like, white bread motherfuckers who've never seen a battlefield, what it's like to be on a battlefield, and because he's a veteran, they're going to listen. And to put just walking through hell in that kind of, like, scope would scare most people in the 1300s, let's be honest. They may not have the best life, but they don't have a life where they're literally at constant death's door fucking constantly like this.
Well, they do have a priest at the pulpit preaching about hell quite often.
Well, yeah, but I was more meaning they don't have this like all-impressing, we're going to die at any moment. Whereas, like, as you're reading through these 18 cantos that we've gotten
I
through,
don't know. This is around the time that the Black Death first gets, like, introduced to, like, Europe at this time.
I thought that was later than 1300, like, or later in the 1300s, not later than. But
but here's the thing: you're gonna have stories of the Black Death that is coming out of the Middle East. You're gonna have stories of the Black Death that's coming out of North Africa. You're gonna, even before it even hits Europe, like, it's on people's minds.
No, you're right. I'm just trying to think of, like, time period. Like, I don't remember when that started abroad. I remember kind of when it hits Europe, but I don't remember, like, the spread. So I'd have to dig into that later. You may be right, though.
Italians would know it from Rome. Like, Dante even says a little bit later down, like on line 28, he's comparing it to the functioning of these bridges as the way the Romans used bridges to, like, during Jubilee years or Jubilee holidays, where they had large throngs of people, pilgriming to Rome, and that they needed those in order to, like, provide the bandwidth necessary for those pilgrims to pass through. And he's making that comparison specifically to this. So that appears to be what inspired his description of this as such.
The first bubonic plague pandemic happened between 541 and 549 CE. It was also known as the Justinian plague. So
I didn't know that was bubonic, funnily enough.
Yes.
I remember the plague in papers, but I didn't actually look into what the disease was.
Yep. So he almost certainly would have known about that, but you're correct in that the Black Death didn't start until about 40 to 50 years after he wrote this.
Yeah, I was thinking it was later. It's been some years. Come on, man. Most of us don't do virology and fucking epidemiology like that. At least not on a historic level. Like, it took me a while, like, small tangent. I got screwed up on one of those time guesser things the other day because I knew where we were, and I knew it was happening during an Ebola outbreak in this particular part of Liberia. I just couldn't remember which fucking Ebola outbreak it was because there's been like 15 of them, so I got the year wrong. That being said, no, and I get what you're saying. Like, this is like the imagery he's trying to evoke, but he's also trying to evoke it to people who have very little ability to visualize that in the same scale that he does, having seen some of these things with his own eyes, when many people have never left with the within 20 miles of where they're born at this point in history.
Also, Jack, that Liberian Ebola outbreak, they wanted you to name the really bad one.
I mean, all I can say is Liberian people are built different. because like I've seen pictures during that Ebola outbreak. Like there's people just walking around smiling, like dude, I don't know, man. Like you know how depressed this country would be if shit like that was hit. Like, remember how it was during COVID? These people are just like, shit happens. Just da 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 da. They're dancing like. Ugh, God, just imagine what it is like, how hard your life has to be that an Ebola outbreak cannot even get you depressed.
Yep.
How bad is everything else?
Or if you think about it a different way, how incredibly privileged that we are that a by global standards rather mild pandemic brought us as low as it did.
I mean, there's that too, but I mean, when we're really talking about this, like comparing COVID and Ebola are just that's not even comparable.
Well,
Like,
no, I was actually thinking more comparing COVID and the bubonic plague, because like that is a
when was the last
there was
bubonic plague outbreak? The most recent one that didn't get controlled.
Recent one was during
18.
When did BTS release? When did BTS release their last album?
Yeah, so it was the 1890s.
90s, okay, yeah,
1890s to.
I was thinking 1840. So yeah, I was thinking 1840. So a little bit later than I thought, but yeah. So yeah, it
started in China, then made its way to San Francisco in the early 1900s.
Okay. Yeah.
But I'm talking about the second pandemic, the Black Death that everyone knows about, killing tens of millions. And yes, with modern medical technology, the fact that the COVID killed, God, how many people was it? It was a million within the U.S., I think, but I don't remember.
1.23 million here, at least last time.
And we now know that washing your hands is good.
And that's only up until we stop tracking it reliably. Like I know there have been more COVID deaths even just this year, but they don't even track it in the same ways anymore.
Yeah,
there was a case of bubonic plague in 2024.
Well, I mean, yeah, the plague will
Oregon.
crop up over and over again, but I mean, like the last one that went wide, it was before we had any real modern medical practices, so I can't even blame it on that. Whereas
Of course,
like
it happened in Oregon. That makes sense.
Where there are fleas, there will be plague. Like that's just a
yeah, I was about to say so everywhere.
Exactly.
I can only think of certain latitudes really, really, really far north or really, really far south that don't have fleas, and they're all really fucking cold.
Or high elevation.
I don't know about that actually. You may be right. I just don't know.
Well, I mean, remember, fleas are parasites. They only exist where there are animals to support them. So
well, yeah, but high altitude, there'd still be things like goats, like mountain goats, things like this. I just don't know.
Wolverines.
Certain insects can't handle higher altitude because there's not enough oxygen. I just don't know if fleas are one of them. I just never even thought about the altitude portion of it.
Well, I mean, like you'll have rodents that live up on mountains as well. You'll have wolverines live up on mountains.
But the fleas may not be able to live up there, so they may be high on the hog and not have to deal with fleas or anything.
No. I mean,
most likely the fleas will have adapted to being able to jump between hosts, more efficiently. Like they'll stay on an animal longer until it Well, actually, if anything, I think having a colder,
we can tangent on anything. We're all nerds.
Yeah, we can. If anything, they would be more likely to be a problem in colder and higher altitude places because animals will tend to be closer together for warmth.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, you have wolves that are in packs, especially in mountainous regions, and pack animals like that are going to be rubbing up against each other all the time, so you can have fleas jumping constantly. And it's not it's not like there's going to be a lack of hosts for those fleas with how grouped together those wolves are going to be.
No, okay. At least according to vets, yeah, fleas are everywhere. And it can go. There is no magic altitude where it cuts off. So apparently they could be all the way up on top of Everest and be fine.
Well, he says it's less about altitude as it is dry air. So places with really dry air, so deserts would be a good example. Probably not a lot of fleas, and those can be extremely low altitude.
Yeah. Well, but it's not the altitude, it's not the pressure, it's not the oxygen, it's other factors is what he's getting at.
Yeah.
Which means if you give it a moist enough environment, these motherfuckers can live anywhere. Yeah, fuck that.
Oh,
I don't know. Like they can live in the Grand Canyon. They got plenty of squirrels there more than
Well,
anything.
but people forget, like, I hate this thing, and this isn't your fault. This is just the way we fucking think about deserts in general. There's a lot of fucking moisture in deserts. It's just not enough for humans.
Right.
Like there's a lot of goddamn moisture there, especially when you start talking about something that's, oh god, I'd have to look up the actual ratio,
trust
but
me.
it's
It's-
a
I
million
know.
times smaller.
The moisture's
woken-
just not in the air. That's
Yeah.
that's the key. And
Are you
when
sure?
it comes to
Well, it's not in the air high enough to where it is going to be entering our lungs. If we were crawling along the desert floor, yeah, we'd actually be able to breathe semi-moist air.
I remember waking up rather moist at like 5:30 in the morning, right before we had to get up and pack everything up to walk.
Yeah, dew point when you're laying on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah.
yes, but
Yeah.
the amount of dew, the amount of total moisture in the air is going to be relatively a lot lower. Yes, you get dew more easily because the temperature shifts in a desert are more. severe than in
But he's
those
also
environments.
talking about the altitude at which you're laying. When you're really low to the ground, because the moisture evaporates so rapidly, the higher it gets because the temperature increases so significantly. If you, like I said, if we were crawling on our bellies, we could actually breathe moist air even during the day in the desert. There's moisture, just not enough for humans. Just is what it is.
Fair enough.
Like, that's actually one of the desert survival tricks that they'll teach you, like, if you don't have water, is to crawl on your belly through gullies because it's enough moisture to where you're not drying out your lungs.
Good to know.
Yep. Oh, I hope not, because I hope to God you never have to crawl through a fucking desert, my friend. That shit sucks.
Yes, but it's better to have the knowledge and
Yeah,
not need it.
I only
than
had
need
to
it, not have it.
simulate that shit. I was in Florida, like I had to go 10 miles, and I was at an ocean. Like, I was good, but that shit still sucked. But back to the reading. As we go back to the way I stopped at the onto the outer brink, our little bridges. The way this is being described is that kind of evocation, and as Rich pointed out, these are natural bridges. That would be even more freaky to most people in Europe, because natural arch bridges like this are only really prevalent in the Iberian Peninsula in Europe. So they would have only seen this if they have traveled to places like Spain or the southern France, etc., where some of these have been carved out in eons past through shore edges and mountain edges there. So this would be really alien to them, and it'd be really awe-inspiring to the people trying to envision this because of that alienness. That being said, who would like to pick up? And I think we're on line 16. So from the precipice's base.
I'll read it.
Alrighty. And it looks like looks like 33. Yeah, 33 looks
33.
like. Yeah, it's here, it's down here.
All right, on the other side.
Yeah, and I'm get rid of this in a second.
All right,
There we go.
you ready?
Yes, sir.
So from the precipice base did crags project, which intersected dikes and moats, onto the well that that truncated and collects them. Within the place, downshaken from the back of Geryon, we found us and the poet held to the left, and I moved on behind. Upon my right hand, I beheld new anguish, new torments, and new wielders of the lash, wherewith the foremost, is it Bulgia?
That's how I pronounce it. I don't know if it's right, but yeah.
Was replete. Down at the bottom were the sinners naked. This side, the middle, came they facing us. Beyond it with us, but with greater steps. Even as the Romans, for the mighty host, the year of Jubilee upon the bridge, have been chosen a mode to pass the people over. For all upon one side towards the castle, their faces have and go unto St. Peter's. On the other side, they go towards the mountain. One thing I want to say is that even as the Romans in that section right there, I almost said Romulans.
I mean, it would have worked either way. Romulus is there.
No, I'm just saying. I got tripped up, and the reason why I tripped up there is because I was about to say Romulans.
Honestly,
Romans.
if you had said it, it would have worked. It fits. I mean, we're all Star Trek nerds. All of us know the fucking direct reference between Romulans and Romans. We're there. I mean, everybody in the audience may not have been there, but, you know, I mean, we only got like 20 of them, and honestly, I don't know who any of them are who were watching our crazy asses. But, you know, that being said, yeah, I think it's Bolge or Bulgia, depending on like the intonation, but
I just wondered if it was Bulgia or Bulgia.
yeah, that would be an ANCOM question, because when you get into the pronunciation of some of these, like, I can read English phonetics fairly well, like, next to words, like when they do the little phonetic thing in parentheses. Once you start getting into some of the other language, you guys fucking say shit weird, and the tongue doesn't want to move in the right way.
It is Bulgia.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
But, like, as Rich was pointing out, like, this is a standard practice. The Romans, during years of Jubilee, like, it would be mass immigration or homage or hermitage, depending on how you looked at who was coming for what. Market day, the Jubilee was also a mass market day. This, like, at least in my eyes, going back to the Isengard.
It's the Black Friday of Rome.
Well, what I was going to say is, going back to like the Isengard reference, like as they zoomed out and you had the little massive ant-sized fucking orcs everywhere at the bottom of Isengard, that's kind of what I'm envisioning here, but with damned souls crossing those bridges, just absolute packed shoulder to shoulder, couldn't fall down if somebody shot you fucking dead level of fucking like packed walking across these bridges. At least that's the way this is described. Yeah, Hajj
Are you
works,
talking? Are you talking the Yamanote during rush hour in Tokyo?
Yeah. Well, I don't know that specific reference, but I was thinking the bullet train when you guys are at rush hour. Same difference.
No, not even the bullet train. Like the Yamanote is the train that literally connects you to every other train in Tokyo. It's literally the loop. So during rush hour, that thing is so packed that there have been reports of people actually breaking ribs because there's been so many people packed inside of it.
Okay, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've heard of shit like that in India. I didn't hear about that in Japan. Goddamn.
Well, and you know, people die at the Hajj all the time from like being crushed by the crowds and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, while walking around, what should we call it? The Blackstone.
The Cabal?
No, there's a black stone that they walk around and touch. I can't remember the full name of it right now because I haven't been paying attention to my Muslim.
It's the House of
lately.
Abraham. I'm pretty sure it's called the Cabal.
Yeah, but yeah, that thing. Like, there's people who die walking around it, and the people just actually they're so close they're carrying them along like it's Weekend at Bernie's and don't realize it.
Is it the Kaaba? Kaaba. That's it.
Yeah, but the people are packed
Kaaba?
but the people are packed so tightly as they're walking around that somebody will die of a heart attack, and their shoulders are holding the person up, and they just weakened at Bernie's the person as they're walking around because everyone's packed so tight.
Yeah, it's called the according to this with the pronunciation next to it, it's called the Kabah.
It has a different name too, like the Black Stone of Masset or something like that. I'd have to look it up. It's been a while. It's one of their big things they do though.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying like that's the name of it in Arabic.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying, but they also have like another like legend around it, and they get a name from it from there too.
I put it in side chat.
Mm. Yeah, that's fucker. Yeah. And that's a slow day. Holy shit. That's almost nobody there.
Well, I don't think this is necessarily during the Hajj. Well, like
what you don't understand is there's so many people there on a regular basis. Like you can go on
I know,
Hajj
but there's Hajj season, and then there's like the Hajj is something you just do yearly. But I mean, there's like a Hajj season where people go, and then there's like a low time and a high time.
I mean, fair enough, but still, just amazing fucking levels of people that go to that place. And it's just, I mean, and as you brought up with St. Peter's Basilica,
well, so what I posted was old St. Peter's Basilica as it looked in Dante's day. Here, I'll just paste it quickly as an image, I guess.
Well, no, I'll open it back up and look.
And so it doesn't look the way we think of St. Peter's as it looks today. Actually,
it would have been more imposing because less surrounding buildings.
Within 100 years of Dante's lifetime, it was built the way it looks today. But in his day, that hadn't happened yet. So
well, and on top of that, let's just say within 100 years, you're right. Everything gets to what it looks like today. Looking at the like exterior map around it, like it's missing several hundred buildings in like a couple of directions that would have been there, you know, a couple hundred years later. Like, oh my god, like could you I wish I could have been in Rome in this time period just to see this few buildings and see what this place looks like semi-natural still. Good god, look at that.
But as you can see, it's surrounded by a wall, and there's like, the rivers that surround it appear kind of like a moat. Like you can see what he's talking about here.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I had not thought to look that up when he was when he was describing this. Like honestly, in my mind. I didn't go to St. Peter's Basilica. I went directly to the entrance to the cathedral, which has those two great, I think it's Raphael statues there. And I thought that's what he was like describing, that kind of like level of like reverence to the scene he was showing. But that's just where my mind went.
But it also well may be because he is talking about essentially tourism. We do know that within 100 years, the new St. Peter, the new basilica will have been built, and built with the money raised by selling indulgences. So, and I know Dante was aware of this sort of practice at that time, and he criticizes popes for it.
I mean. Criticizes is one way to put it.
Yeah.
Voiced mild disagreement.
Yeah.
Put their punk asses in hell. Yeah, but no, I mean you're right. Like this is something that, especially if you're watching and you're Catholic, I apologize because we are going to be irreverent as fuck. But like. The Catholic Church as it was founded and the Catholic Church as it is today would be at odds with one another if they were put into the same time and space. Like the ancient Roman thought process, the original thought processes of Rome, they would want to kill the modern Vatican with fire. And vice versa, if we actually are being honest about it. Like, they are almost antithetical to one another when you actually look at the comparison between them.
Wait, you mean I'm trying to figure out in which direction you mean, like, because I can think of a lot of ways in which one would argue that the Rome of old
I'm not saying
was,
better or worse, just that they're so different. That's all.
yeah, because one of the ways in which the old Rome would criticize the modern Rome would be that we don't sell indulgences.
And
Like,
that
we think there's something wrong with that. Whereas
and,
at that point they were arguing that there wasn't anything wrong with it.
and depending on how far back you go, they would have criticized for lack of like actual helping the poor and all kinds of other things that they took very, very seriously, while also selling indulgences.
So are you trying to tell me that this money and politics things is like 500 plus years old?
If I'm being honest, closer to 3,200, but you know, at least that I can track.
I'm talking just specifically about the Catholic Church and selling indulgences.
I'd have to look at the exact dates, but I think the first like main like accepted like public knowledge of that practice starts around the 1030s. So over 1,000 years.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you've got Simon Magus, who at least, you know, tries to buy and sell indulgences.
I disagree with that, but we're not going off on that tangent. We'll be here all day, because I still think in that story that essentially Simon Magus gets fucking punished for trying to help people, but because he tried to buy it instead of... Yeah, I'm gonna stop. We're gonna be on a tangent if I keep going. But yes, this is an extremely old practice, but as far as like mainstream acceptance of it, I think the first time I remember that is around the time of the Second Crusade.
First Crusade too. Urban II sold promised a full remission of sins for all those who joined, which is not a monetary.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I think the Second Crusade is when they started selling it so the sons could stay at home and protect the realm type shit. Basically draft dodgers of their day. But I think that was the Second Crusade, I think.
Hey,
But one could say that in the
just
First
because-
Crusade, that's at least a what you call an in-kind donation.
Just because they got a doctor's note about bone spurs doesn't mean anything, okay?
Right.
Yeah, well, but I mean, that's really what it boils down to, is that the original selling of indulgences was the original draft dodgers. And it wasn't because they had a draft of nobles. It was because of the utter shame of not going, and the only way that you can avoid that shame is with blessings of Rome. So, is what it is. And that's why I wasn't trying to say better or worse either way, because while I could cast a lot of judgment, and do quite often, on the Catholic Church, like, it was more just they're almost antithetical to one another if you were to compare the Rome of 1301 to the Rome of today. And if you go to the Rome of the 400s, shit. Like, you could not even fucking picture the two on the same planet together. Like, the Christianity of that time period, no way. It would be, you would not even recognize it by what you look at today. Augustine's fucking rot had not infected all of Christianity by that point. And yes, I said it like that just to annoy you, Rich. Because I know you like your Augustine.
I have similar criticisms of Augusta.
Well, but you have similar criticisms, but you don't hate them like I do.
Well, I think it's a mixed bag. You might not agree that he's a mixed bag.
Well, no, I think he's a mixed bag, but I also think he is the source of all that is wrong with the church today. and almost none of what's right with the church today, and almost all of what's right with the church today comes from Ambrose, not Augustine. And Francis is very much more Ambrosian as a pope than Augustinian as a pope. If that makes sense.
He was a student of Ambrose.
He was, but they didn't agree on everything. How many of your students agree with you on everything? I was about to say, I got 2 teachers here. How many students have you ever had agree with everything you say?
Well, they agree with me only insofar as they're lazy and they don't want to write their own debate cases.
or because they want to get the highest marks that they possibly can, and they're just brown-nosing as hard as they possibly can.
Right, yeah.
Which means more than likely the second they're out of the room, they think something different.
Yes, definitely. But when you're in the classroom, it's just...
And what was that,
Smile
Rich?
and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
The delay caught us. I heard you kick up just as I started talking.
I was just going to say, I reward students who disagree with me, but that's probably because that's my job.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're in debate. Okay, students, that is a good teacher for those who are watching.
I did that with AP Lit as well.
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting to. That is the sign of a good teacher, and it's not just a sign of debate, although I'm sure that's where it probably stems from mainly with you, because you were a debate kid before you were a debate coach. That's the sign of a good teacher for any of the students who are watching this for their uni class. If your teacher likes when you fucking disagree with them, even if you end up being wrong and they end up having to walk you through how you're wrong, that's the sign of a good teacher, because they are not dogmatic in what they are teaching you. They're going to actually admit when they're wrong, etc. If your teacher gets mad at you when you disagree with them, don't take their class next year. Go to a different fucking professor if you have the option.
My favorite teacher in high school rewarded me for disagreeing, and so I that's probably where I got it from.
I had
that too.
I had a teacher. What?
I'm not. I was just saying that too to him, and then saying go ahead, Despy, and then you kept going. So I shut up.
No, what I was going to say is I teach English, and I teach ESL. So for me, one thing that I do to make it so that people actually pipe up to tell me I'm wrong on something is I tell the kids at the beginning of the year, I'm going to write sentences and I'm going to make mistakes purposely to see if you catch them. And when you tell kids that you're making mistakes for them to catch, they will stop you in class to tell you made a mistake.
Yeah, no, you teach younger kids than the uni kids that we're talking to. But yes, this is another prime example of it at the lower scale of when you're a young kid. Yes, perfect example. And this isn't me.
Junior high.
Yeah, that's still a lot younger than uni kids. All of us here still think of freshman uni kids as kids. They're adults, but we think of them as kids.
I thought you were talking about with Rich's debate kids.
I was about to say, I thought you taught as young as that before, but yeah, you teach 11 to 12ish now.
Well, no, I teach small kids, and I teach junior high school as well.
Okay, yeah, and he does that range too, but I think he goes up to high school. And that's what I mean. Yeah. It's you guys both cover that range, and you guys are doing the thing that uni's teachers should be doing more than anybody.
Yep.
If your uni teacher is not doing this, they are a shitty professor. Get the fuck out. Find a bet. If you don't have another professor who teaches this class, I'm sorry, you'll have to deal with them. But if you have another option, take them. Even if they're the harder class, take them. They are going to teach you more. Mainly because when you ask a question, they're not going to automatically be sure they're right, and they may look it up. And they'll walk you through the process. That infinitely will help you. And I say this because I know, at least according to the little bit I can pull off a Social Blade, 75% of my audience is American. We have shitty fucking professors here who do shit like this. This is why I warn you. And to the little bit of the international audience we have, be thankful for your professors and your university systems.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at a lot of like university professors, a lot of them actually don't actually like being like teaching. They want to be doing research instead, and they're forced to teach, and that's part of the reason.
Maybe you're right. That part I don't know. All I can say is be thankful for all of your good teachers and professors in Europe and Asia who don't do this dumb shit to you guys. Yeah, be thankful. And Rich, you went to Baylor, which is arguably one of the better schools in the South. We like, despite religious fucking nature.
It is.
Like,
It is a good school, yeah. And the professors are not.
How many of
The
your
professors are not religious.
Well, no, that wasn't my thing. I was going to say, but how many of your professors were more like you with the liking kids questioning them and more and other like the ratio? Because it gives an example of even in our best schools we have to worry about this.
No, yeah, they definitely. First of all, the phenomenon of that school is that, or at least when I was there, I think it's still true. No, I've got a friend who teaches there, so it's still true. That the professors are not particularly. The professors are going to have a different outlook than the students do. And so already they expect there to be disagreement. Most of the disagreement is going to be that your students, are going to be mad that you're not a fundamentalist like them. So already,
which is funny to me because like Baylor wasn't like always fundamentalist. It's just weird. Go on, sorry.
No, I mean, I think it was when I was. So when I was there in the mid '80s, and that was back when dancing was banned. Now, the way it was explained to us at the time was that, this is just respect for the founders. It's not really that we believe that you can't dance. Just do it off campus. That was kind of the way it was.
That's what I mean. It wasn't always fundamentalist. They would do things for school because of school bylaws and stuff like that. But like, they didn't give a shit what the fucking kids did. You weren't the only person I know who went there. They just like none of the people I know who went to Baylor over the years talk about the fundamentalism, except for like small niche groups of students. Like, it was never in the faculty. It was never in like the upper echelons of the students. It was like a small niche of very vocal kids who were basically the alumni boosters.
Like, my freshman year, the kids in my dorm staged an intervention because they noticed I was participating in Halloween.
Okay. Fucking hell.
And they tried to convince me that I shouldn't.
Okay, for those of you who may have had similar experiences, I'm sorry. Old Hallows Eve is a actual Catholic holiday. It's not satanic. It's not fucking evil. It's not...
Wait. Catholic and satanic were considered the same thing at Baylor.
Yes, but the Protestants had practiced this after the schism as well. So like, that's what I was about to get to. This is something that only very, very recently, I think it was, the early 1940s, 50s? It was not that fucking long ago where this started doing this. Oh, it's the devil's shit. Oh my God.
It's literally just All Hallows Eve. It is the night before All Saints Day.
Yeah, it's like, oh God. Oh. And don't get me wrong, there is a pagan holiday called Samhain that or Samhain, depending on which nation. Well, there is two pronunciations depending on what nation you're from. But that's my point. Depending on where you're from, yes, there is this holiday, but they just happen on the same day. They aren't influenced by each other. Like, God damn it, I hate this shit. Like I forget the name of it in Sweden, but they do it in Sweden and they carve fucking turnips. They don't
I was
carve
gonna say,
pumpkins, they carve turnips.
Samhain specifically is the Celtic, or I'm sorry, not Celtic, Gaelic festival. So I don't know if it's different.
Because you have Irish Gaelic and Scottish Gaelic. Depends on.
Well, no, this is both actually. It's Samhain. Well, in Irish it's Samhain, and in Scottish Gaelic it's Samhain.
Or Sahin. Yeah, that's my point. Because Pictish, got to remember the way they said their H's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
as far as like Sweden and the Nordics, I don't know what they call it.
I'd have to actually look because I'm not Scandinavian, but I believe it's similar in Denmark but different in Scandinavia. I don't remember now though. That being said, that's surprising to me, Rich. Like that is one of those things. Like they do that shit here where they're like, "Oh, we do trunk or treat," and they do it on a day other than Halloween here, and I'm just like, guys, stop, please stop.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. At Catholic schools around this exact same time, just like this here, like anything that was related, even tangentially, to something that was Protestant was considered satanic. Just so you know.
Oh, I mean,
at the exact same time.
I mean, I didn't deal with that beyond like the D&D shit. Like, but Protestantism, like, they just called you guys lost. Like Irish Catholics we're different. Like half of our family were fucking Protestant. Damn it! Like we had a different mindset about this.
I was a little surprised when I first went to UD, which is the Catholic school I went to college after Baylor. I remember being surprised because if you were to say that Christmas has pagan roots, or any other Christian holiday has pagan, Easter has pagan roots, or whatever, like
it's literally named after a pagan goddess.
Yeah, you would have gotten an argument from the Baptists. But when I went to the Catholic college, it's like they're quite proud of everything having pagan roots. Like
they used to be. Although you talk to most Catholics today, and they fight you on that. I'm like, God damn it! Like I've even heard like prominent atheists fight on that, and I'm like, I love him. He's a great dude. He helps a lot of people. I've even heard Matt Dillahunty fight people on this. Oh no, it doesn't have pagan roots. I'm like, Matt, I would like to take you to Rome and take you to the Vatican archives where you could literally see in the fucking records it has pagan roots, and the Vatican admits this. Well, please stop.
Does to this day, which is if they go into an area and they want to, establish themselves in an area where they're not already established, they'll do it by finding common ground between.
They'll move a day slightly to accommodate,
or establishing a holy day of obligation during your biggest celebration period.
Also true.
They call it baptizing other cultures' traditions.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it's like I even when I hear prominent atheists and stuff do that, because I'm a theist, but I listen to a lot of atheists. I listen to a lot of theists and a lot of apologists because working on my book, it's what you have to do to actually make sure you're hearing all sides. Like when I hear people like Matt Dillahunty, who is extremely well educated, extremely well argued, extremely well known for arguing these subjects, say something like that, I just want to be like, Matt, I know you don't speak Latin, and I know it's not available in eSword, but please let me show you these records that state where you're wrong. where no, here's the exact pope who pulled in this particular holiday. Here's how it spread from Rome out through Italy and through. We have records of this. Not perfect records, but we have records of this.
I mean, the main thing to keep in mind is when I'm talking about like holy days of obligation, if you're looking at like traditional Catholic, like
Saint Stephen's
what is it?
Day is a
Tradition.
good one.
If you're looking at tradition for these, especially if you're looking at old church tradition and not new church tradition, the new church tradition is that after or before a holy day of obligation, the 3 days before the holy day of obligation is spent doing fast. You should be fasting and reflecting on God those 3 days. That's new church, like holy day of obligation, like tradition. When you're talking old church, it's an entire week. So when you have a festival that's based around the winter solstice, you put Christmas on the 25th, and you make people basically for an entire week beforehand fast and reflect on God, you basically destroy the entire holiday.
And yeah, especially when a primary function of the holiday of Yule was a bunch of people coming together and cooking a bunch of shit. Like, like it was literally a feast.
Getting drunk and
being
loud.
Well,
and being,
that was just a Tuesday. Like that. let's not like sugarcoat it. That was just what they did when they ate. Is they also drank alcohol because it was safer than drinking water in most places. Like it just is what it is. So like that part, like when everyone's like, "Oh, I'm getting drunk," like at least in all of my study into Saturnalia, drinking was the same at any festival, anything else. The drinking wasn't part of it in a ceremonial way. It was in a we're thirsty way. And since they were already going to be drinking wine, they just drank more wine. And, well, natural byproducts ensued.
Right. But you get what I mean by that, though.
No, I agree. But yeah, and this is exactly what the Catholic Church did. And this is why when I hear people say this, I'm just like, okay, technically you're right. The modern celebration of Christmas has almost nothing to do with Saturnalia. It almost nothing. The only symbolism we can pull is the Christmas tree between the two. That's it. But
that's not really related to Saturnalia so much as
Saturnalia, you also brought evergreen branches in. It was sympathetic magic. It's one of those things you did.
Christmas is a lot more closely related to Yule than it is to Saturnalia, I think.
Well, and Yule is also related to Saturnalia, but through actual natural progression of cultural spread as opposed to forced inculcation.
Yeah.
But that's another tangent. But it's the same kind of thing. But going back to how we got onto this tangent, that's how that's shocking to me that Rich had an intervention about being involved in fucking Halloween, which
I've had interventions. I've had people intervene, like have an intervention from people because I wanted to help volunteer with a Protestant group.
Before or after Pius?
What do you mean?
When you went from Catholic to
during.
Well, that's what I was meaning. Before or after the shift from generic Catholic to Pope Pius X?
Oh no, like generic Catholic wouldn't have cared. Like we're talking like Pope, the Society of Pope Pius X group.
Really? That's
yeah. Like you don't mingle with people that are Protestant.
See, and this is the problem with organized religion, folks. I don't care if you want to believe in a fucking God, but god damn it, stop listening to these idiots.
We kind of would be better off if that were the case, because then Christians couldn't unite politically. But it's the fact that no, it's true. Like, back when I was a kid, when Protestants hated Catholics, or at least evangelicals did, then they were on opposite sides of the political spectrum. When I was growing up, Baptists didn't believe what Catholics believe about abortion, for instance. Like that was a Catholic thing. I mean, you guys remember the every sperm is sacred thing, right? Like it was the
Yeah.
whole debate between the Protestants and the Catholics or whatever. That
Yeah.
was the way it was back then.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very recent when Protestants started adopting the Catholic line on abortion. So,
God, I'm
we were
so glad I
probably
was
better
raised
off.
in a Roman Irish Catholic family because, like, I didn't have that shit because, like, we were too busy worried about shooting each other than fucking worried about abortion fucking conversations. like we were both like, at least when I was Catholic and part of my family was Protestant. We were both pro-life. We didn't argue over that. We were too busy shooting each other in the old country to fucking care about that. Like it's just wild to me. Like some of these that even like because I knew they existed, but I honestly thought they died out. Like either just before my childhood or during my childhood, because like I did not have these experiences, and I'm now seeing it comes from the fact that half of my family was Protestants. And we all still fucking got together on Thanksgiving, so we were forced to deal with each other, and we didn't argue about the shit that we basically agreed on.
Right, because Thanksgiving's like not a sectarian holiday, right? It's like
Well, I mean,
you
Thanksgiving,
celebrate that even if you're
Christmas.
an atheist.
Well, but Thanksgiving, Christmas, like it didn't matter. Whatever, like the big holidays when the family comes together, both sides came together. Everybody met up at Grandma's house because that was where the big table was. Yeah, I mean, you remember the when we were at least in my childhood, that was pretty normal for most families. Grandma didn't have like anybody else living with her, so her dining room had that giant fucking table in it.
Yeah. Well, all I know is that what was it? My grandfather on my mother's side all but disowned the like her family, like our family, because my mother married a Catholic.
Okay, well, I think we'll get back to the reading then, and I think that's either Richard and that. See, like when I hear shit like that, I just want to smack the shit out of whoever's family did that because it's like there is a lot of reasons to cut family off. The religion of the person they marry isn't one of them. Like, just like seriously, get over yourselves, people. Like cut them off if they're abusive. Cut them off if they're thieves. Cut them. There's plenty of reasons that you could cut off family members that are legitimate and like justifiable and like make sense to anybody. There is
If they use
absolutely.
Apple products.
But yeah, that's my point. Is it's like there's legitimate things to fight over. Oh, I fell in love with a Catholic person and I got married to him. Oh, fuck you, you're dead to us. Ain't one of them, Chief. Like, come on, guys. Like, seriously, think about what you just said there. If
Also,
nothing
we
else,
need
you should think of it as one more soul to save, not some fucking goddamn punishment to fucking visit upon people.
Well, speaking of souls to save and interventions, we need to talk to Rich about using Apple products.
I mean, honestly, with his clientele, it probably makes more sense. How many of your kids are Apple product kids?
Oh, geez. Probably 2/3 of them.
Yeah, see, makes sense to have that ecosystem in his classroom. Yeah, most public school kids aren't walking around with MacBook Pros. Just saying.
I'll tell you what does it for the most part is texting. Like, because if you have an iPhone, there's a lot of interaction in texting that doesn't work with anything outside of the ecosystem. To the point where it's annoying when somebody, like for instance, if somebody texts me on my phone, I don't have to have my phone near me to get the text because it's on my laptop or whatever. Or it'll go to all of my devices. It'll go to everything. So, but if somebody texts, like my boss texts me from her Android, she's got 2 phones. She texts me from her Android phone. Half the time I don't answer because I'm not looking at my phone. I'm looking at my laptop. So she's learned to only text me on her iPhone.
Oh Lord.
Like I think Apple made it that way for that exact reason, to make it annoying if you don't have an Apple product.
I mean, yeah.
That's
I'd rather be
illegal, and I think
annoyed.
the EU is working on it, but that should be illegal.
Well, no, it shouldn't be illegal because, like, at least from the outside looking in, the way I looked at it is, you got the different colored messages depending on who is sending you messages. You got the blue or the green type shit,
Right.
and I was like, okay, that's fucking stupid. It's basically just elitism. Like, haha, that person doesn't have an iPhone.
But the green won't forward to all of my devices. It'll just go to my phone.
Which
and
is,
I don't always look at my phone.
See, that's so stupid because to me that just seems like a setting thing. But yeah, either way, Ancom said you would go next, and I'm looking at this. Honestly, it looks. Let's see, make sure these are lining up right. So this here. Yeah, it looks like 57.
Just give me start and end.
34 to 57.
Cool.
Sweet puppy.
This side and that along the livid stone beheld I horned demons with great scourges, who cruelly were beating them behind. Ah me, how they did make them lift their legs at the first blows, and soothe not any one, the second waited for, nor the third. While I was going on, mine eyes by one encountered were, and straight I said, already with sight of this one, I am not unfed. Therefore I stayed my feet to make him out, and with me the sweet guide came to a stand, and to my going somewhat back assented. And he, the scourged one, thought to hide himself, lowering his face, but little it availed him. For said I, thou castest down thine eyes. Sorry, what number did you say to end at?
57. Yeah.
Okay, cool. If false are not the features which thou bearest, thou art Venedico Caccianimico. But what doth bring thee to such pungent sauces? That's a hell of a way to put that. And he to me, unwillingly I tell it, but forces me thine utterance distinct, which makes me recollect the ancient world. I was once who the fair Gisola induced to grant the wishes of the Marquis, however the shameless story may be told.
Okay, so as we go through this, yeah, pungent sauces is interesting. To
I like
raise.
How did you get yourself into such a pickle?
Yeah, I like that translation.
Which makes me think he read or that he watched Rick and Morty.
Pretty sure how'd you get yourself to be in a pickle was idiomatically a thing long before Rick and Morty.
Yes, yeah, it was. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the episode was inspired by the saying. He literally put himself in a pickle.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and then tried to get out of it.
I have not actually watched Rick and Morty. I just know a lot of the references through cultural osmosis.
That whole line about putting someone in like being in a pickle, are they talking about the actual like cucumber itself, or are they actually talking about the brine?
I think they're talking about the brine, even though it doesn't. Yeah.
I mean, that kind of fits with what doth bring thee to such pungent sauces, right?
Yeah.
Right.
If you're in a pickle brine, that could be considered a very pungent sauce.
Yep.
Well, okay, and like as we look at this as the Venedico Chiachiamenico, he was
Nemico.
he was a Guelph leader. He was the Marquis of Est. He was his crime was, oh god, what was it? Uh, Subjugating and imprisoning his sister is why he was viewed as like heavily evil. Is like he took over and became the Marquis of S by imprisoning his sister.
Which
And
makes me
did
curious
rather
why
on
Dante
brotherly things.
which makes
He
me
handed
curious
his
why
sister over
Dante
to a local
seems
market.
confused by his presence then, because like when he's asking how did you get down here, because he's at quite a low level of hell at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that Dante is surprised by his presence there.
Well, and to a point, anybody in the 1300s, in a mild sense, should be, because it's Dante the character that is surprised. Dante the author is the one putting him here. The issue is in the 1300s, what was very common and common in the realm of marriage.
Oh, gotcha.
He is condemning a man who imprisoned his sister and did messed up things to his sister, which was kind of semi-normal at this point in time.
Fair enough. Once again, Dante being a bit radical for his time.
Although Moose's footnote says that it wasn't him, it was that he sold his sister into basically sexual bondage to a local marquis.
Yeah, after ruining her. Yeah, it was not good. Like if you read further into it, he was a rather horrible person.
Well, yeah,
But
he literally says, "I was the one who the fair Gisola induced to grant the wishes of the Marquis for shameless story may, however the shameless story may be told." Musa takes it a step further, where he says, "I was the one who coaxed Gisola Bella to serve the lusty wishes of the Marquis."
yeah, to put this into semi-modern language, he broke and then pimped his sister out, essentially. And
Or if you want to put it in slightly more explicit terms, he engaged in what is it? Human
sexual trafficking, yes.
Yes.
And all that entails
Sex
in
trafficking.
that crap that goes with that shit. Yes, and in this time period, especially when you start talking about a woman who has no rights for the most part in Italy, as far as like who to marry, where to live, so on and so forth. Like there's a lot that goes into that. This is like a thing that's pretty goddamn common. And for Dante to put him here is rather important because while Dante the character is surprised, Dante the author is not. Dante the author knows of these crimes. Dante the character, because of when this is supposed to be taking place, would have been unaware of these crimes because they were not publicly known yet. So essentially, he's showing the juxtaposition of when you don't know, why are you in such a deep circle of hell? Oh, I'm an incestuous prick bag. Like that's gonna hit very different in 1301 than it does in 2024.
Yeah.
Or hell, even 1954. Like, we were already past most of this then. We still did the first cousin shit, but, like, brother, sister, that, like, we'd seen the Habsburg by that point. We knew better.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know, and maybe you mentioned this and I just wasn't listening closely enough, but it sounds to me like he sold his sister off to another guy, didn't...
But he
I'm not
broke
saying
her
any...
first. Yeah, he broke her
okay.
first. Yeah. This is actually in the crimes that are listed in the papal sealed documents and all that shit. Yeah, because the church had a problem with it. Nobility, not so much. That being said, that's only part of this. So it's bringing it to this, but it is also like as he is doing this level of social commentary, this is actually, unlike most of his other social commentary around characters like this, he is on the side of the church. Because at this point in time, the church was leading the way at pushing away from this shit. They had no idea that it had anything to do with genetics. They just saw that it was concentrating too much power and could potentially lead to the church losing its power. They had nefarious motives as to why they were doing it. But in the process of nefarious motives, they were also like preventing us from breeding Habsburg a couple of 100 years too earlier. Worked out kind of well on that score. Everybody else is quiet. Goddamn. I know this is a touchy subject, but Jesus Christ, man. It's not that sticky of a wicket.
No, I just didn't have anything more to say.
What is it, pup? Do you need to go out? Or are you just trying to get attention? Oh, she is not feeling too great. She got her rabies vaccine yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah. Sweet girl. First time she's ever puked was yesterday. When she got home and tried eating and still feeling wonky.
She didn't try eating it, did she?
I'm not sure. I cleaned it up pretty quick. I'm not sure if when I turned around to get the paper towel, it was enough time, but considering she's a coprophage, wouldn't shock me.
A coprophage?
She eats shit.
Oh, okay. I knew what the phage suffix meant, but I couldn't like corpo to me usually refers to body, not to
think like corpolytes, the fossilized turds.
Ah, okay.
But like this is also like a condemnation of doing the going back to the poem. This is a condemnation of doing this also for the purposes of political gain. In 1300s, that is fucking revolutionary to say when just about every noble family is trying to marry off to second, first, third cousins to try and keep the wealth in the family or concentrate new wealth into said family. Like,
no.
What?
And just so everybody knows, this isn't just Europe that did that.
No.
This is
Fuck no, this is fucking everywhere. Some places just got over it quicker than others.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was in Asia specifically because I know it's going to be like regionally specific. But
Afghanistan to this day.
I think, what was it, like, no one does in Japan, but I think legally you can marry your first cousin. Legally.
I mean, legally you can marry your first cousin in the United States. It's just one of those things. I'm talking about when it stopped being, like, socially acceptable. It'd be the best way to put it. Because I know in North Africa it stopped in the early 1800s. I know in most of Europe it started transitioning between the 16 and 1700s, so on and so forth.
Right. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was what was it? It was after the Meiji era is when it really started, like, to not be a thing in what is it, in Japan at least.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even the beginning of the Meiji era. It was like closer to the end.
Okay, and I guess here's my next question. This comes from the specific thing I know about Japanese families that our wider audience may not know. Did this include with the way that women are removed from their family tree when they're married off, that carrying the same significance after they're moved to the new family tree?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because so they were caring about bloodlines, not just names at that point. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't realize it, saved you guys a lot of fucking hassles. Because
Yep.
one of the places that, and Rich kind of brought this up, although I don't think Afghanistan is the worst. It's Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan. There's a little fucking area in the middle of fucking Asia that has an inbreeding coefficient higher than most of our domesticated cattle because of how long they did this practice. I.e., not good. And as we have somebody who did dairy cows, he could tell you about inbreeding coefficients.
Pakistan is the most inbred country in the world.
That part I knew, but I thought that was because of the immigration from this country after fucking basically Russia bombed the living bejesus out of it in the 60s.
In small like especially with dairy cows, it's different for beef cattle, but for dairy cows specifically, you basically have like your herd. You never actually introduce a heifer that you grew from a calf into the herd if they get to maturity. You always basically sell off the calf like before there's any form of reintroduction.
Well, yeah, because
Like
almost
they're
all
they're
of
almost
the
separated like right at birth.
well, yeah, and this comes from the fact that our domesticated cattle is already so highly inbred. You guys can take zero chances at this. Like it's that fucking dangerous nowadays. And beef cattle, it's not as bad as dairy because dairy we have to have all the functions working, not just meat. Um, but but still, like we're dealing most domesticated cattle in the United States has an inbreeding coefficient of close to 0.2. To put that into the realm of perspective, most humans have an inbreeding coefficient of 0.018.
Yep.
Almost
Well,
almost a full order of magnitude plus a little added on top, lower.
I mean, like you also have to take into account that when it comes to especially like cattle and whatnot, like selective breeding was like just the absolute norm. Like you took whatever was the biggest cow
For
or the
centuries.
biggest bull for centuries, and sometimes they may even be of the same family, and that's all you did.
Yep. And this is, when I say centuries, hundreds of centuries. We've domesticated cattle for a long ass time now. Like
Yeah.
it's technically prehistory when we domesticated cattle when it was Auric still, way back.
Yep.
And for those of you who don't know what an Auric is, look them up. They're kind of fucking cool. To like fucking cows from Skyrim. It's fucking wild. That being said, going back to this, this is a revolutionary thing to be saying, as we're again pointing out. Even though at this time period it's 621 years before we discover the concept of genetics. Like even the concept, this is before we actually have even seen the first like DNA strand.
Mm-hmm.
Like people are starting to realize maybe this shit ain't good, but they were doing it for social reasons. We now know that those social reasons may have stemmed from these inbreeding causing mental defect and all kinds of other things. And I'll bring up that family again because it's the most well known in history for you to look up the most examples of. The Habsburgs, at one point in time, they had a motherfucker born who didn't have a brain. Think about this. Not, oh my god, he was an idiot. His brain cavity was full of water. Well, body fluid, but still like liquid. No no gray matter. Inbreeding's not good. So that's what they're fighting against, and they started to see this kind of trend of families that did this for too long became more cruel, became more brutal, became more I guess what they would have called in their time period unnatural, because of the things they would do to people in warfare and their even their own populations at times. I might have to take her out in a second when Rich gets to reading. The Dante doing this is again, like as I pointed out in previous episodes, this is something that quite literally could have gotten him excommunicated, even though the church agreed with him, because enough nobles paid the church enough to get him forced out. Like, this was a risk to publish this. And, like, I don't think enough teachers who teach Dante emphasize this enough, because they don't understand the theological and social implications of these things on this grander scale, and just how dangerous some of these concepts were in 1301. Yes.
We talked about it, but that's because we were a Catholic college.
I said most, not all. Because, let's be honest, nothing's a monolith. Like, even back then, nothing was a monolith. They wanted to try and make it into one, but nothing could ever truly be a monolith when you're dealing with human populations.
A monolith? Isn't that like a one-railed train? No.
Oh, yeah.
The monolith is what gave us our
Tool usage and shit. Yeah. No, but going away from the joke on this one, when you said that in that voice, it reminded me of the thing I told Rich about yesterday. I was in the store and I heard a Baptist preacher say something that literally made my brain break for a couple of hours before I could wrap my brain around it.
Okay.
Talking to his kid in line at Walmart. His kid, I didn't actually hear what the kid said, but I heard that humph, the harumph that you get from the Southern dads. Jesus was a socialist. I listened to his dad. I have a Baptist here, or a former Baptist here. Aren't Baptist triune God believers?
Yeah, but I would have to know more about, like...
I don't... That's all I got from the context, because it was in the line at the store.
I've got really sarcastic friends who would say the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, if it was sarcasm, fine. But, like, if he was serious, I was like... How? Like, what Baptist church do you go to?
I mean, honestly, now that I've heard it, I'll probably say it at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, because it's funny when you hear when somebody like us were to say it, because,
right.
First of all, I don't think any of us, even those who do believe in Jesus, believe that. like that, we've read the book, we know better. Yeah, I know.
Well,
I'm getting ready to take you out, baby.
Friends who get tired of me quoting the passages, like sheep and the goats, for instance. Yeah, if they get annoyed enough, they might decide to listen to the dad instead. Yeah.
Well, but at that point, then they'd have to, at least in my understanding, I'll call this in. Jesus Christ, 24 degrees. Okay, yeah, jackets.
Yeah. Technically, that means you need to become Jews.
Or, I mean, there's some denominations of Christianity that don't do the triune God. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I know there's a couple.
Well, Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. Fuck that, I'm out. You lost me. Your first two options, I'm out. That being said, Rich, it looks like your section will be 58 to...
What about like Seventh Day Adventists?
I don't remember. I know that I just know there's a few who don't do the triune God, and I'm like, you'd have to be one of them if you're saying shit like this. Like it just otherwise it doesn't make sense to me. That being said, it looks like 58 to to finish that line. Yeah, it would have to be. I think it's 78. Let me make sure these are lining up right. I don't think they are. 58, 60, 63, 66, 69, 72, which is missing for some reason. 75. Yeah, 78. Because I know you're going off a spreadsheet, so I had to just make sure I was lining them up right. Come on, Barbie, let's go outside.
All right. Not the sole Bolognese am I who weeps here. Nay, rather is this place so full of them that not so many tongues today are taught. Twixt Reno and Savina, to say Sipa, and if thereof thou wishest pledge or proof, bring to thy mind our avaricious heart. While speaking in this manner with his scourge, a demon smote him and said, Get thee gone, pander, there are no women here for coin. I joined myself again unto mine escort. Thereafterward with footsteps few we came to a crag projected from the bank. This very easily did we ascend, and turning to the right along its ridge, from those eternal circles we departed. When we were there, where it is hollowed out beneath, to give a passage to the scourge, the guide said, Wait and see that on the strike the vision of those others evil born, of whom thou hast not yet beheld the faces, because together with us they have gone. By the way, Savina and Reno are rivers that go on either side of Bologna. So these are all sinners from Bologna, apparently, that we're going to be talking about. And then where he says, Bring to thy mind our avaricious heart, Sayer says the known witness, the Bolognese seem to have had a reputation for venality. So this is, I guess, some geographical reputation we're talking about here.
Don't everybody speak at once, y'all. Have to make me walk in.
I was speaking.
I know, but I heard that dead air before you got to the frickin' Sayer stuff, and I'm like, dead air. No. Okay, so like the other part of this to look at is not only just like regional reputation, but it is also it gives you kind of like a concept of the way that they thought in this time period, where regionally, like where you were born would potentially dictate your character. Like this was a major thing throughout most of Italy for 7 centuries. Like so much so that the Italian language at certain points was split into like 400 dialects. Okay, Rich, I heard you pipe in. Nope. Okay, I guess he was talking to somebody before he muted.
No, I was gonna say we still do it.
Yeah.
But not to the same severity that they did back then, to where like Florentines and Napolitanos could barely fucking communicate with one another despite supposedly speaking the same language.
What are you talking about? Like China specifically, like has like 125 different dialects.
Well, yeah, I'm just talking about Italy. Like I know dialects happen everywhere, but in this time period, it was the dialect, the region from which you came, would also potentially dictate your character in the way that everybody viewed you, because everybody from Florentine was the money grubbing, the greedy, the dandies, the overdressed, the that kind of crap. Everybody from to Tuscany was blank, blah 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 blah, Roma, Capua, and so on.
It's still that way in Italy. The people in like I lived in a little town south of Rome, and they said the same things about the people from the next town over. Like
Really?
it was amazing.
I guess
Yeah,
as a tourist, I didn't notice that because I was just passing through as opposed to living there. I
yeah,
didn't notice that. Interesting.
yeah. There's a lot of now they don't speak different languages or different dialects anymore, but they definitely knew somehow that if somebody from that next town over were to come through town, we were in a little town called Duasanti. And if the next town over, like if someone came through, people definitely knew like they were from there. And yeah, that was a big rivalry.
Yeah,
In
see
fact,
that. Go
they
ahead.
even had their own pope.
Interesting. See, I've known this in a lot of Southeast Asian countries, and China does this still heavily to this day. And the reason I had kind of attributed it as disappearing for the most part in Italy is because, like I said, when I was traveling through there as a tourist, didn't really notice it. But you still notice it in
No, the
China,
dialects are
where,
disappearing. You're right about that.
but
But
yeah,
the
where
phenomenon of people based on like what region of Italy they come from, or even sometimes what town, that still exists. Or at least it did 20 years ago when I lived there.
no, yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm shocked because like I had always delineated it like as you start to see the death of dialects, you start to see the death of that mindset because as like here in America, the most predominant accent is Midwestern. As you start to see that conglomeration of like standardization of dialectual influence on the language, you start to see the influence of that region, even though it is growing in language, become less influential on how people view it as a character because this is now like a norm. So, like, when you hear somebody from California, you may have some minor preconceived notions, but it's not like it was in the 50s where you're immediately going to think all of them are fucking Beach Boy, fucking hippie, fucking nonsense morons. It's a different mindset. Whereas today, you think of California as damn near its own country, where there's so, depending on what part of the state you're in, depends on what type of people you have.
Well, it could be because Italy, Italian is not this worldwide language, so
Mhm.
there's basically one country that speaks Italian. So as a result, like probably, I think they might even try to guard their differences. Because if let's say you speak English, but there are like hundreds of places in the world that speak English, then you can, if you're going to find differences between English speakers, it's probably going to be by country. So like, Americans are going to sound different than Brits or whatever. But if you're the only country in the world that speaks a particular language, then the otherization that you're looking for within your language is going to happen within your country. And so like Italy is a massive country.
Well, no, I mean, there is that, but when you. Come on.
I mean, how's it in Japan?
Like,
Because that's
in
another
what way?
country where it's not like it's not like a whole bunch of countries in the world speak Japanese, right? It's just Japan. So like, are there regional, um, like, do you otherize people from different regions of Japan still?
Oh
Or
yeah. Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yep,
It's a very common thing here.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I was going to get at when you get into Southeast Asia. That otherization is still very heavy, and those dialects are very, very noticeable. And that's what I was saying just before I walked back out there. Is I always attributed the death of the dialect, the conglomeration of the dialect, to the death of the mindset. But what you're telling me is it still existed in Italy, which tells me that's not a good barrier, even though it may be a good like line to use in Southeast Asia, it does not seem to be a good one to use in Europe. Because,
yeah.
and
So
asking that question to Japan, Japan is probably the most racist country on earth. And I don't mean that to be a dick. I just mean that to be factual because anybody who's not Japanese is less. Like,
well,
it's.
yeah, but at that point there, it's not necessarily about race at that point.
Well, yes and no, except for the fact that correct me if I'm wrong, but at least I seem to remember this being a policy of the shogunate to try and make it a singular race of Japan. At least that's what I remember reading. and when I remember reading about the Ainu and what happened in Okinawa and like all of those little islands that you guys took over time.
Yeah, but the thing to keep in mind with those islands is the fact that that like they didn't actually join like Japan and become a part of Japan until the Meiji era.
Well, yeah, but what I mean though is you guys still thought of it as trying to create one Japanese race, like, hey, let's move our people here, let's do it.
Right,
let's move them there.
Right, but like if we're talking about that, then there wouldn't have been a shogunate.
Fair enough. I mean, I was more just kind of half jokey with the way I was wording it, but yeah, it was it was during the shogunate era where this policy started happening, where it was moving these indigenous peoples out of their place and moving Japanese people into their place, and what's that word that we use for that? Oh yeah, settler colonialism in the purest form.
Right.
Because I mean that's really, and I don't mean this to be a dick, because as much as any country that does this, it has its negative implications and all that. Japan kind of did it with the least amount of deaths per capita that I could think of like modern countries. Like,
you mean with
like
the Ainu or with
your version of Trail of Tears and the stuff in with the Ainu, and then the stuff in Okinawa and stuff like that. Like, you killed people, but it wasn't like wiping out entire indigenous peoples from the face of the planet type shit.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is certain people wrote history books, okay?
I mean, of course. It was still shitty. I'm just saying, it seems to be, at least in what I can think of as like modern countries that still exist, because obviously some others have collapsed that did this shit too. But like, at least in like modern countries that still exist, Japan seems to have the lowest per capita death count during this shitty portion of their time period.
Maybe.
This is not, by the way, this is not a advocation for or support of settler colonialism. It's just a kind of like talking about the cold hard facts about it is on that level.
Nanking might disagree with you.
They didn't colonize China. They wanted to. And let's be honest, the rape of Nanking was not about colonization. It had different motives. we can be fair and just say that now. We don't have to like sugarcoat it. They really wanted to wipe out every Chinese person on the face of the planet. They just weren't big enough to do it. They tried real fucking hard.
Yeah.
I mean, not the first country in history to do it, but still, yeah, they tried really damn hard.
To colonize it as well, right? I mean, that's why they were there. At least they wanted to least bring enough people.
They wanted to take the Dragon Throne, which at that time was in Nanking, which is the seat of power of the emperor. But yes, it wasn't about colonization so much as conquering, and I know that that's a subtle delineation, but they wanted to conquer the seat of power. They didn't necessarily want to.
The thing to keep in mind is that it wasn't about conquering. It was about a version of proof to the Japanese people back in Japan that Japan was the superior race, because they believed that they were the superior race due to Shintoism during that time.
Yeah, but it wasn't the symbol that they were going to use for that, the emperor sitting on the throne of China.
Right. But the whole point behind it, the brutality, the reason why there was so much death and destruction, especially like in China, was this proof of Japanese strength. Because the thing to keep in mind is that during this time period, Japan has already started the East Asian co-prosperity sphere, where it literally is starting to pull resources from all different countries in East Asia, and it's trying to show its own might as a powerhouse inside of East Asia. So the whole point of this here is for them to basically show that we can be as brutal as we want because we are a master race.
I mean, fair enough.
Yes.
I had associated it with the conquering of the throne being the symbolic thing that they were doing, as opposed to actually conquering the entire country. They just wanted that for the symbolism because of what it would do for morale and messaging and all that back home.
After the Russo-Japanese War, Japan's entire mindset about war and its place in the world, there's a mindset shift from now we can do this to now we are the best at doing this, and we have to show the rest of the world that we are better than everyone else.
Okay, fair enough. So was this, and because I'm going based on the shit that I read, was this essentially the propaganda they sold to like the common people? The stuff that I was reading? Okay.
Yep.
Just making sure.
Yep. So the thing is that like having a takeover of China where you basically have like an iron-fisted rule over China. If people are running scared from you, that means that you're strong. If you have media showing that you have like an authoritative hold over the city. The thing is that like you could have like media of them going out and like murdering people and showing that on on like the TVs or whatever, or the media inside Japan, but they're going to write in a completely different narrative that these people were trying to like resist.
The spin, the spin.
Yeah.
Stop resisting. Spin, yeah. We'll to put this in American terms, driving while black. There you go.
Yeah.
Like, this is really what it boils down to, is they will come up with any kind of narrative that will fit whatever prejudice they have preconceived at home.
Pretty much.
And to put it into a less charged phrase, it is the old journalistic phrase, what bleeds leads. Same concept, like they're going to frame it in a way that makes it a leading story for them as opposed to against them. It's their state media after all.
Yes.
Now, that being said, back to like what we're talking about here. Which we got far off because of the changes of the linguistic dialect changes. But like at this point in time that they're talking about like the Bolognese being viewed in this way would have been natural. It would have, like, literally just being born of somebody of Bologna would have been enough to make you viewed in this kind of negative light. Even if you were a priestly man who did everything right and like blah 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 blah, like you would still get this kind of like snide shit in the background. And that I guess continues to this day, but it surprises me with the dialect not being there. It really does. Yep. It shocks me. Just because, like, you would think that they would still try to delineate themselves. And the reason I'll bring that up is it's a disagreement with something Rich said while I was outside. He brought up the comparison to America. We have so many different dialects here that if I were to take somebody from Maine and put them into the fucking, swamps around Lake Pontchartrain, these two people are going to barely be able to communicate with one another. Like, we do that otherization on this extreme level. Like, and those dialects are getting more severe, not less severe, with the exception of Midwest, which just became the normalized concept of the American accent, because that is what was predominantly seen in TV, movies, and commercials.
Still is.
I didn't know if it still was, but I figured it was probably.
I mean, how many accents do you notice on television?
Me a lot, but go on, Income.
I actually disagree with this. I think I think dialects are becoming more homogenized as time goes on, not less. I say this with experience from a region that is well known for a particular accent, wherein I've been living here for over a decade, and I have experienced that accent less and less as time goes on.
Well, but that
So,
is because you are not in one of the hyper isolated regions like I'm specifying with someplace like Maine or Louisiana, out in
well,
southern Alabama, where these
that's the thing is,
regions still have those preconceived stereotypes about them. Boston, we're always going to have Southie. There's always going to be a certain level of Southie accent there. It's going to evolve over time, but it's still going to be there because of the enclave nature of Southie.
I mean, that's the thing is, Southie doesn't really have that accent anymore. Like, the accent that you're thinking of as Southie has moved down to Brockton. Like, that's the only place where I really find it. You go too far south of Brockton or too far north of Brockton, it disappears. But the
I mean,
reason
fair
I'm
enough.
saying this is because I don't think we have such isolated enclaves anymore.
No, it's
With
the region is growing where that's less and less. It's
it,
now these
it's
that's why I had to pick two regions so isolated like Maine, which have their own level of kind of Canadian influence that influence their language, and the Creoles of the Louisiana fucking Bayou, because these are two groups that intentionally keep their language separated from the rest of the country.
So let me
and
give you.
They have their
hold
own
on,
pigeon on
I,
top of that.
I have not been able to finish my point yet. My point is with the hyper converged environment of the internet of things like Discord and YouTube, where now everyone in the country can hear everyone else in the country talk, no matter how geographically isolated they are. Those accents are becoming less and less common as we become exposed to more and more of the rest of the country. Things are starting to converge.
No, no,
Yeah,
and
I can give you a personal example of that, which is me. Growing up, when I was like, I guess you'd say in like elementary school, I was referred to, or even preschool, I was referred to as the little British boy. And it wasn't because I had a British accent, it was because I had my parents' South African accent. Um, but that largely went away as I started watching television. It was actually television that knocked that accent away from me.
Yeah.
Because everyone on television had this Midwestern. I didn't have a Texas accent either. I didn't lose it in favor of a Texas accent. I lost it in favor of the very accent that we hear on television.
Yeah. And like as time goes on and and media becomes more and more ubiquitous in our lives, the things that we tend to experience through media, specifically accents and dialects, are becoming less and less
I,
unique
I,
and
I think you
isolated.
misunderstood me and said that we were coming
Okay.
more dialectually different. No, it's the ones that are still there are getting more different as the rest of the country starts to spread more into the Midwestern. That was why I brought up the Midwestern became what was known as the American accent. These enclaves like northern Minnesota, which my friend can fucking imitate very well, northern Maine, southern Louisiana, southern Alabama, these particular regions that don't want to lose their accent because they don't want to fit into the rest of America because they view themselves as superior to the rest of us.
No,
Uh,
I'll be 100% honest with you with especially when it comes to some place like northern Minnesota. Northern Minnesota is cut off from the rest of civilization. When I say that, what I basically mean is that where we lived, we had the closest town that we lived to had like 150 people in it. Okay.
Yeah, the ice
And
wall
then
just north of St. Paul. I'm aware.
well, right. Well, more.
I'm joking. I'm
Try
joking.
more like Bemidji, like near there. Okay. Anyway, so what I'm trying to get like to let you know where we lived, and mind you me, this is in the 90s, but from people that I still know that live in the area, not much has changed. We had to go to a chain called Pomida to go and get groceries and stuff. And if you don't remember or don't know what Pomida is, Pomida was basically kind of like a Target, a Walmart.
Oh yeah, it was
kind
what I
of
hadn't
store.
heard of, so I know you're fucking isolated because I've been through Minnesota and Wisconsin a bunch.
Right. But here's the thing. In order for us to go and get groceries beyond like a local like grocery store that we had that literally had 2 aisles or 3 aisles, 2 on the sides and 1 in the center. To get groceries, we had to drive 30 minutes, and that's just to get to a bare bones, not super center, a bare bones, what is it, like Walmart-esque place.
Yeah.
Okay? So the difference is that nobody goes up there. There's no incentive to go up there. There's no incentive to stop there. There's no incentive for people to move into those areas, which makes it really isolating for the people that are actually there. The people there don't leave that area because it's a relatively poor area to live in. There's only like the super wealthy and the very poor, and that's literally the only people.
Well, yeah, but at least my experience, and this was northern Wisconsin, northern Minnesota, they viewed the rest of the United States as too worldly. We were in too much of a hurry. We didn't take care of our family roots. It was that superiority, that smug fucking 1950s. I wanted to smack the shit out of everybody. Crap.
I would say there are some people up there that had that kind of attitude as well, but I think a lot of it was masking the fact that they didn't know what was going on in the rest of the world because
fair enough.
All you had was the Pomida, and
I mean, I'll be honest. That's probably true of the rest of the world that does this stupid shit too. Why they are doing it is masking some other fucking underlying shit too. But it's just one of those things where it's just like, yeah, there's certain parts of the country. Pacific Northwest is kind of starting to become like this in a way that it hasn't been since the 90s. Where you're starting to get that kind of breakaway. We're different than everybody else. And I kind of get it right now, but, you know, when you have like 50,000 people in Washington State talking about how it's good that they have the fast lane fucking sub base, and that the fucking, the base commander happens to be sympathetic to a more, shall we say, ethical side of things, that kind of like isolationism is going to keep their dialect strong, just like Maine keeps theirs strong with their, we're so far away from everywhere here, everybody has to carry a gun because otherwise you're going to get mauled by a fucking bear. Same kind of shit you see up in Alaska. And you know, they're influenced by the not the Laplanders, the Labradorian and fucking Newfies from Canada that have that same kind of isolationism mindset that the Maine people do. This leads to that dialectical difference being held onto, and as I was pointing out, and I think you misunderstood because I was pointing out that they're getting more separated, that you thought I was meaning we're separating into fracturing more, whereas what I was really meaning is the Midwestern is expanding more, and those places are becoming more and more isolated and more stubborn, I guess is the best way to put it without being like highly judgmental.
I see what you're saying now. Yeah, so I was misunderstanding.
Well, and it could have been I misworded it or said it too quickly or blah, blah, blah. Tens of fucking ways. That easy to misunderstand this shit. Especially when I'm talking such a niche, like, sociological point that even linguists barely pay attention to this shit. Like, most linguists are like, yeah, it's a dialect. Let's figure out how to say it so we can teach other people. It's different. But, getting back to the poem, like, so, like, the way that he's phrasing this kind of pejorative, portion with the Bolognese, it is so normal, I guess, as we're pointing out with the delineation of this tangent, is so normal. It happens even to this day when we have quite literally interconnectivity on a global scale. I can talk to people in Antarctica. If I want to wait 45 seconds, I can talk to somebody on the International Space Station. It just takes a while for shit to bounce around and do all the decoding and all that crap.
In terms of like total distance, they're only about 200 miles above the surface.
Yeah, but remember, we have to go through satellites, and I have to go through there to their transmitter station. It's all that other shit. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I mean. If I want to wait about 45 seconds, I could talk to people on the fucking space station. They just got to wait for the shit to start ringing on their end.
Although, if you have a ham radio, I think they can actually receive those transmissions up there.
I don't know that for sure. I do have the radio, but I don't have an antenna that big or a transmitter that powerful. I don't know if I could pull that off.
Again, they're in low Earth orbit. You don't need a transmitter very powerful to reach them. You just need
but I have
the
ionosphere.
Depends on where in the cycle they are, right? If they're overhead, then yeah. But
it's also I have to punch through the ionosphere, and I don't know if my little setup can do that.
Oh, that's going to be more about frequency than power.
All right. Well, we should get back
because
I'm going to have to go in like 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, sorry.
We do it all the time. It's what it is. But the separation would have been so natural that Dante pointing to it would have been as quick as when we were kids. So if I'm sorry for the younger people watching, it will be less apparent to you. Us saying a New York accent to us, all of us hear a particular thing, and it's all fucking Queens, because that's what got spread out. We think of New Yorkers as the Queen Italian American fucking immigrant, like second generation, very, very like nasal type voice, or we think of a Jewish immigrant with the same kind of Yonkers accent, where that's what we're going to envision when we think of New Yorkers. This is the same kind of thing, where not only is he describing the way that they speak, but everything about them, the way they dress, etc., means far less to us, because honestly, without digging into it, I wouldn't be able to tell you what all of this means because of how niche the social commentary is. That's what I was trying to get at before the tangent. But, getting back to the reading. Here. From the old bridge we looked upon the train, which toward us had come upon the other... God damn it. Which had come upon us the other border, and which the scourges in like manner smite. Then the good master, without my inquiry, said to me, see that tall one who is coming, and for his pain seems not shed a tear? Still want a royal aspect he retains. That Jason is, who by his heart and cunning the Colchians and the Ram made destitute. He by the Isle of Lemnos passed along, after the daring women pitiless had unto death devoted all their males. There was his tokens with ornate words, and he deceived Hypsipyle, the maiden who first herself had the rest deceived. There did he leave her pregnant and forlorn. Such sin unto such punishment condemns him, and also for Medea in vengeance done. Okay, so we're talking about Jason from the Argonauts, which unfortunately I know a lot of you kids did not learn in high school these days. But, like, this is, at least in my opinion, kind of like one of the most, like, prominent figures he puts in the circle of hell. And the reason I say that is this was a legendary figure that even though he had done wrong here, done wrong there, this was a hero of legend, even in Italy, even among like Christians in this time period. To put him in hell, god damn man, it'd be like throwing fucking Zac Efron. I don't know. If I could pick some fucking famous person and throw their ass in hell for the story.
Keanu Reeves?
Something. Yeah. It just, what? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, Keanu Reeves, the shack when he goes around giving money to poor people, all kinds of shit. Like, pick one. It's that kind of like fuck you to this character. And I'll be honest with you, I don't understand this aspect of it, because at least when we look at the rest of the people he puts in this circle, to have left a deceiver pregnant with his child does not seem to be a sin so great to land you in one of the lowest circles of hell, when you compare everything else about Jason to everyone else he's put into the eighth circle, because of what he did to Medea. Medea was evil. So punishing evil is now evil? What is Dante trying to say here? To me, it doesn't make sense. Anyone?
I mean, the fact that he is in hell at all is not so surprising. I mean, this
No.
put his own master in hell, right? Or the man that he calls his master.
I just thought he'd be at a higher circle. Yeah, like
the fact
what's
that
his
he put
name?
him this low in hell is surprising.
Now, like my main thing is like when we're talking about Jason being in hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The main thing to remember with Jason is Jason like got a bunch of people to go on a trip with him, and then just kind of let them die along the way.
Well, he didn't let them die. That's how it's portrayed in a lot of the movies, but at least reading through the book, he loved these men. He mourned their passing, and some of their passings were only avoidable by stopping the adventure.
I mean,
right,
the same
but
could be said of Odysseus, to be honest. Like,
also true, yeah.
I would be unsurprised to find Odysseus in the same place as Jason.
Yeah, I'm just the thing I'm saying is that when you go on an adventure with your buddies and your buddies start dropping like flies, when do you stop going on the adventure because you're running out of buddies?
When the buddies stop wanting to go?
Yeah, but if you are the leader and you're the person that are leading these people like this, at what point is it your responsibility to not put them in like
mortal
definite
danger?
like dire straits? Like,
I mean, I get what you're saying, but and it's been a couple years now, not that long, but it's been a couple years. But what I'm saying is, Jason was the de facto leader because he was the hero. Yes, but at least from what I remember reading, and again, maybe the translation was bad, a lot of these things came to votes. And Jason sometimes would vote to return while the others voted to go on.
Yeah.
So, like, is that him leading them into dire straits, or them leading him into dire? That's why that feels ambiguous to me personally.
Yeah, I just like to me it seems like one of those things, like, you know, after like what is it, like the Scorpion, and then after
that's one of the times.
Cyclops.
After the Scorpion is one of the times Jason votes to return. That's what I mean, because he just saw one of his best friends killed.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you go through the Scorpion, everyone votes to keep going. You get to like the Cyclops, few people get eaten. You're like, hey, man, you know, this is not looking like a fun trip anymore. I mean, you make your way all the way to the Gorgon, and then you're like, hey, I know there's only 3 of you left, and we started with like 45. But hey, you know, maybe we should go back.
I mean, I get that, but my point is, for a hero, the heroes of old, the heroes of war, because you could essentially view the you could essentially view the Argonauts' voyage as a war against certain divine entities because of you could almost view it that way.
Yeah.
That would be like to condemn any soldier who didn't have absolute command from leading his buddies into what would eventually get them killed while in combat. Like, it to me, it doesn't seem warrant the eighth circle of hell. He belongs up there with like fucking Soleimani and shit up in Circle 1. Like, he doesn't belong down here. Is what I'm trying to get at. That's why I don't understand what Dante's trying to say.
He's in the wrong bolge for this anyway, right? This is the bolge for panders and seducers. So he's not there because of what he did to his men. He's there because of what he did to women.
Well, but again, that doesn't seem to make sense when, Hypsipyle and Medea was fucking evil.
I mean, I'm just telling you. That's the bolge that he's in.
But
I know.
The other thing is that, like, and if you look even with like Catholic teachings, vengeance is not something that you yourself are supposed to impose on other people.
Again, just seems like the wrong circle. So if this is about the women, as Rich is talking about, and it should, based on the rest of the text, Hypsipyle is a deceiver who deceived people into killing all their men, and was not deceived in the bedding. It wasn't like Jason lied to her. Jason just fucking left her. So again, well, in modern times, this makes perfect sense. Oh my god, he's a fucking deadbeat. In ancient times and in 1300s, somebody going off to war for years on end was kind of normal. Like, that's why I don't understand this comment from Dante. I don't get this. Leaving, a camp follower with your child was not considered a great sin in 1301. So I don't understand the commentary to then say that on Jason, who wasn't even doing something that bad.
But it's not just the commentary; it's Dante himself, right? He says, where's the such sin condemns him to such punishment.
I know, but I don't understand what sin he's talking about when this wasn't even viewed as a sin at the time.
Well, it was apparently by him.
It was
well, by him, yes, but not by the wider world. That's why I don't understand what he is saying, because I don't have a contemporary counterpart to draw.
Are you talking about Jason's wider world or Dante's?
Dante's 1301.
Yeah.
Yeah, this would have been a sin. This would have definitely been like way up there on the sin chart. Trust me, this would definitely have been in the mortal sin realm. This would have definitely landed you in hell.
He deceived Hypsipyle. I mean, he was married at the time.
Yep.
And then he deceives Hypsipyle into having sex with him. And then impregnates her and then leaves her too.
I mean, if it's the deception alone against women, I guess kudos on being a feminist, Dante. Because, like, to me in 1301, this doesn't make sense. Because when you say this is a mortal sin, lust is a mortal sin, yes. Yet you were talking about a time period where most of the nobility, most of
lust
the clergy...
is a cardinal sin. Not a mortal sin. It's a cardinal sin.
Oh, no, you're right, sorry. But, seven deadly sins. You're right, sorry. I was thinking seven deadly sins, not mortal sins, and you were right to correct me. I just had to figure out why I said it wrong. That being said, this is a time period where we literally had cardinals, bishops, and popes with open bastard children.
It's not lust.
Yes.
But it's not lust that's the sin here, because that's been dealt with way higher up, right? With the winds and stuff.
It's the deception.
We all know that Dante sees lust as the
least of it.
To God, right? The least. But this, it doesn't say that this is the lustful. It says panders and seducers. So it's seduction and deception is an inherent like aspect of that seduction.
But the
to
only
get to-
deception he said was that he wouldn't leave.
and then he did. Yeah, that's deception.
But at least, again, at least to my recollection, and it's been a couple of years, but at least to my recollection, when he said he wouldn't leave, he actually meant it. And then his men wanted to leave. I could be misremembering, but that's the way I remembered it, like off the top of my head reading this, is he didn't intend to deceive her. He did deceive her, but he didn't intend it. And isn't, at least under Catholic doctrine, especially in the 1300s, intentionality a huge part of it?
Yeah, but he'd already committed the sin of adultery, which would have already been a mortal sin on top of that.
Again, yeah. Sorry, I keep pointing to the reality of it, and I know that they would have preached other shit too, even though they were doing the hypocritical shit. I need to stop that.
And also, if you think about it, maybe Dante thought about it this way, right? If Jason said he wouldn't leave, but he knew that he was going to, abide by whatever his crew wanted to do, which ultimately, like, he would have understood that at some level, that if his crew wanted to leave, he was going to leave. And he told her that he wouldn't leave, then that was deceptive. Now, perhaps it was in some way auto-deceptive, but from Dante's perspective, that might have been sufficient.
And if that is the case, he needs to start putting a lot more people in this circle. He made this circle a little light on names. This should have just been a list. It shouldn't even have poetry. It should have just been a list of names. The Malebolge residents.
No, but the thing is that you're looking for like a list of other people that should be there. The whole point of this is that this is technically a mortal sin, and because it's a mortal sin, that is the reason why he's in hell, and that's the reason why he put him in hell, and probably the reason why he put him in hell is because everybody knows who he is, and it makes it easier to understand than Jim Bob that lives down the street that did the same thing to his wife that nobody fucking knows.
Using Jason, I get. That part I got. I think you misunderstood my point. I don't understand why he put him so low, because deception. Especially, at least what I perceive is unintentional deception, as in, you intend to exactly what you said, but then other circumstances come up, as happens in life, and shit changes.
Yeah.
That is a deception, but not an intentional one. And for that to land somebody so deep in hell, that is a much bigger condemnation than somebody would in today's world, and at least in my opinion, and generally in the 1300s, was what we know of popes and their bastard children living openly in the fucking Vatican.
Yeah, I understand this. The thing that I'm playing devil's advocate here with this.
I know, and it's driving me nuts because I know you have a point, but it feels icky coming from you.
Here's the thing, okay? Let's say that Dante has a completely different perspective on this, just hypothetically, where Dante views the deception and lust in one thing, where that the whole point of them actually like engaging in sexual activity was under the pretense that he wasn't going to leave. So, and he knew he was going to leave anyway. He just wanted sexual activity before he left, and he had no actual attachment to her whatsoever.
Okay, that last part I may give you, because it was in the poem that he did not feel love for her, but she did for him. But he did not express love for her. He didn't reciprocate it. So, like, to me, that doesn't seem like deception. But okay, I'll give you it. But okay.
But in the eyes of like the Catholic Church, not only is he deceiving, what's her name?
Hypsipyle. At least that's the way I say it in my head, and I haven't seen the. Huh?
Okay, not only is he Hypsipyle. Okay, and not only is he deceiving Hypsipyle, he's deceiving his own wife at the same time.
Okay, yeah, and I'll grant you that. And this is my humanist part coming out on this more than Dante, I guess, because to me, with what I know of the time period, the benefit of hindsight of being able to know this history, that would seem like, again, even alien to somebody like even somebody like Dante, when he has placed quite literal heretics, people who, according to the Catholic Church, are the lowest of the low, vile humans that could possibly exist other than apostates. In
Can you tell me
higher
what the
orders of hell.
seventh? Can you tell me what the seventh commandment is?
Off the top of my head, no, because technically it depends on which version of the Ten Commandments we're talking about, or if we're talking about the 33
In the
commandments.
book of Exodus.
These are all in the book of Exodus! That's why I don't remember the seventh off the top of my head.
And also, yeah, it depends on how you number them, because sometimes the first commandment is...
Okay.
Or sometimes what is considered the first commandment in one interpretation may be two commandments.
What is the seventh commandment, as all Protestants and Catholics know from their Bible?
I'm not arguing that. I just said I don't remember off the top of my head. I admitted that part.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Do you remember the scripture number? Because I'm about to open up eSword because I want to look at
Exodus 20:14.
2014. Okay. Because
it's not just that. It's also, keep in mind, Dante's hero is Virgil. Virgil writes the Aeneid. What is the worst thing, arguably, that Aeneas does? He leaves Dido after proclaiming his love for her. So, and after she falls in love with him. And, that is, potentially the most striking thing in all of the Aeneas, in all of the Aeneid. And Virgil wrote that. So I can see this being a matter that would be close to his heart.
Yeah.
Okay, looking at this.
But the other thing to keep in mind is that there's also, confession and absolution. I mean, there are people that sin on a regular basis, confess, and get absolved.
It's also here in the text, there with his words of love and loving looks, which implies that he did tell her he loved her.
Oh, at least the way I remember reading it, he didn't say he loved her, but he did not deny her love when she said it. But again, it could be a translation thing. I had a bad translation or something when I read it, type thing. It's easy enough to have happen. That's why I didn't press on it.
Says love. Musa says love. Longfellow says tokens and ornate words.
I'm talking about translations of the Odyssey and the Iliad. The I don't remember in that him saying he loved her.
Odyssey and the Iliad.
Or not. Sorry, Jason the Argonaut story. I don't remember him saying he loves her in that writing. I don't remember it.
I mean, I don't know.
But I mean,
we're talking about Dante.
Dante might be thinking of it less as words and more as actions.
I know, and that's where my misunderstanding could be coming from, because either I'm misremembering or he is implying the act implies the emotion as well. And I'm looking at this side by side. Okay, I need to look at this word in the dictionary. See, because that's the thing. A lot of these, when I look at it, the wordings have changed so dramatically in the translations over the years, over the iterations of the Bible. That actually having to go back and look at these matter. especially when I'm having to go back and look at the fucking Hebrew, which I am definitely not fluent in. I'm not even close to fucking passable in. I can just check through the dictionaries fairly adequately. Okay, so it's this word. Ah, okay, that would explain it. I'm comparing the bishops and the Breton and the Hebrew Old Testament side by side. Adultery in this time period could actually be sans deed,
I
according
mean,
to
even Jesus, like, if anything, Jesus just reinforced that point.
yeah, but I'm talking about in the 1300s. Like I'm comparing the bishop's Bible that comes from that time period. Um, Even so much as a look could be considered adultery with the way this is
Yeah.
worded.
Yeah, I
That's
mean, like
Again,
impure
Jesus
impure
pointed this
thoughts,
out.
like thought police, like impure thoughts
Well, no,
that
no,
just
yeah,
randomly come into your mind can be considered sinful in this
no,
time
that
period at the same time.
sinful, yes. Adultery, actually being
Yeah,
elevated to that level was where my confusion lay. Because, Rich, could you name how many sins there are? I fucking can't. I could
like they're all
beyond.
variation. They're all variations of the cardinal sins. So any sin that basically exists is a variation of a cardinal sin.
But also, I mean, think about it this way: like Jimmy Carter just died, right? Well, one of the most famous things he said was that committed lust in my heart. He didn't mean that he cheated on his wife. He didn't cheat on Rosalind, but he thought about it, and he considered that in and of itself to be a sin. And he said that in the pages of Playboy, and it kind of became a scandal at the time. But that he said that, but he was actually just being honest. The man was a Baptist preacher. Like he examined his own thoughts, and he can
See,
if
I
he
had
if he
always
would have
assumed.
confessed having lustful thoughts in his heart, he would
No,
have
but
confessed.
that part I agree with. But see, this is where my misunderstanding came from, because of the way a majority of the Catholics not only were teaching because of the lack of like standardization of like preaching, but the majority of Catholics acted through these time periods, like the 11 to 1500s, we'll just say for the sake of like broad stroke. And what we know of this, it did not occur to me that this was still in place, because we do not see this starting to take place in form of like legal enforcement until the 1800s. And all of us here know fundamentally who fucked up and I lead to it with the pun on that sentence, because the whole aspect of it, to me, when we look at through the history of the legal system, you have to go back before 1100 or after 1830 for this to start being legally enforced in any way, including by the church.
Well,
Sure, but I
there's
mean, legal enforcement and you know,
communal
divine
enforcement.
punishment are two different things.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Don't forget communal enforcement. That also helps. That happens at the same time too. I mean,
Also
quite
agree.
literally, if somebody in that community finds out that you are committing adultery with somebody else, they're going to have a intervention, and they're going to push you to the confessional, and they're going to push you to like the priest to get like the sin washed away from you, get you absolved, and get you back on the right track.
And nobles of this time period had a lovely habit of just showing up every Friday to do that, and just did whatever the fuck they wanted anyways. So
There's
that's
people
kind of,
that do that to this very fucking day, and
yeah,
it's a common fucking thing.
yeah. But the church used to.
Seriously,
I'm not arguing. the church cracked down on it before, and then they didn't start cracking down on it again until basically they started matching the energy of the fundamentalists of the 1830s. And that's why I explained where my you don't need to keep hammering it. I'm already a dead horse. I was admitting how I got dead.
Because something like drunkenness is actually considered a sin.
Yes.
And if it becomes habitual, then it can be elevated to a mortal sin.
I didn't know that part, but yeah.
Yes. If alcohol consumes you to the point where you are no longer taking care of your family, you're no longer taking care of yourself, you're no longer making like efforts to what is it? In essence, give glory to God. You will find yourself in mortal sin for drunkenness. Like if you are drunk all the time, you get drunk and you show up to mass and you do everything in mass, but you are completely shit-faced drunk and you fulfilled your obligation, you're technically in mortal sin.
All right. Yeah, that's one the priest never gave me, but fair enough.
Yeah, because it's the sin of gluttony. You're literally taking gluttony to the level of mortal sin.
Again, not the way a priest ever taught it to me. I'm not saying you're wrong, but like that's alien to me, especially as an Irishman. That second part, your second example made very, very little sense as an Irishman, because like, dude, as long as we made it to church and got the obligations done, what? Fuck you, you're wrong.
No, but yeah, but what I'm saying is that if you actually look at the catechism and even the Baltimore Catechism, I think, what is it? Is cardinal sins in book 2 or book 3?
Oh, I don't know.
I'd have to look, but I think it's 3. I think it's usually 3.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the it's somewhere like middle end ish sort of thing. But anyway, they go down the list and basically say just because gluttony isn't just you eat too much, it's you take too much. So like what is it? Somebody that hoards, even somebody who hoards money would be considered gluttonous. Just because you're not ingesting food, what is it? The fact that you're hoarding like that is considered gluttony.
See, this is why I was always confused why gluttony and greed were considered two different sins, because they seem like the same thing in just slightly different ways.
Well, but greed can be something that you can commit when you have absolutely nothing in your hand.
Right.
You can be absolutely flat fucking broke and be guilty of greed.
Right. Like greed can also be like social power, where it's not necessarily something that you're actually hoarding, it's something that you're using, what is it, as
coveting
a tool
is another way to phrase it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm looking at this in the 3 different like time periods, and like it seems like only the Swedish Bible is slightly different in the way that it teaches about adultery at this time period. Which is fucking interesting, by the way. By the way, for any of you who are looking into like scriptures connected to Dante, eSword, I highly recommend it. You can literally sit there and compare Bibles side by side, scripture by scripture, line by line, with dictionaries and pop-ups and all kinds of fun stuff. It makes life a lot easier. And no, I am not sponsored.
and remember that, like, for me, I was learning catechism, what is it, like pre-Vatican II catechism,
whereas I very much was not.
Yeah,
that's why some of this is like because like when you look at where the changes are between Vatican I and Vatican II, you're not going to find this listed under any of the lists of differences, but apparently it's very different.
It is very different. It is very, very different.
Okay, so now, like I said, it just seems weird that the deception is in and of it itself enough, since we know lust is in Dante's mind, as we see in purgatory and in hell, the least of the deadly sins.
But
Um,
that lust that they're talking about is a mutual infatuation. It's not for people that had like what is it, that wanted to just get off and leave.
I'll be honest, I started laughing before you even said it, because I really thought you were about to say hit it and quit it, and it was going to be like, God damn, we're old.
Right.
Because I was like, don't say it, but then you did the one that's not even better.
What you read say you want to bust a nut and then strut? Like what do you what
No,
what are we doing?
No, it was just that moment, because I was like, oh shit, we're in that moment. There goes any chance this one's ever monetized.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, it just seems like the deception in and of itself doesn't warrant somebody like Jason. Like I said, Jason does not seem to warrant the lowest levels of hell, when the examples that he has used for lesser punishments are people that, at least in the Catholic world, are considered much greater sinners, including even a couple of apostates, and people who have committed far, far, far greater sins sitting right next to him.
Okay, now I'm going to stop you right there, and I'm going to ask you this question. Was Jason able to use confession? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
No, but in this time period,
was Jason able to receive absolution from a priest after confessing his sins?
Considering he existed before that, it was a possibility. No.
Okay, so there's the major difference between the people you're describing and the character in this story.
No, because a lot of these people never received absolution either. That's what I was trying to get at. There are people though, what's his name? A few lines back up, that screwed, like, sex trafficked his sister. That guy got absolution every Friday.
Yeah.
Committed a much graver sin and is sitting right next to Jason. Yeah. Whereas other pagans who could not in any way, shape, or form receive this absolution that you're asking for, again, who by the Catholics, the way they phrase the heretics, etc., would be worse, but under Catholic actual doctrine would not be, because they literally could not have been saved because they existed before Christ. Like, these are things that are different between the psychological at the sociological level, and psychological time at the clergy level, which is why this makes very little sense, where he puts other pagans at higher intervals that have much greater sins. Soleimani, for example. Dude, come on. Like, you want the list, we'll be here all day. You'll be here until next week by the time I'm done reading it. Whereas Jason, at least to my memory, Rich, correct me if I'm wrong, he didn't commit deception on a regular basis, except for in like 4 cases. Right?
Well, yeah, but wait, you're talking about Jason.
Jason, yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that but this wasn't just deception. This was deception that resulted in something, and in a couple of the cases, it resulted in an abandoned child, right? Like, what do we like? Even in the 21st century perspective, like what do most people think of deadbeat dads?
Oh yeah, and that's what I mean by modern perspective. We instantly come to that conclusion, whereas bastard children were the norm in the 1300s, which is why this does not compute to me that he is making this commentary of Jason, who existed when it was even more common.
Well, common or not, like did you hear me earlier when I talked about Dido?
No, I did. I'm just saying, like, therefore, again, a higher circle, a lesser punishment. That would, again, it seems like Jason being this far low seems like he's trying to say more than just the deception. He's trying to point to something more than just the adultery. There's something here more than just the two.
Hey, do you think that this is possibly a commentary against the nobility, saying that, hey, look, you guys are fucking up just like Jason did, and you're going to end up fucking here if you don't fucking stop?
I mean, it could be. It just seems like a weird juxtaposition considering where he puts other people. It's why this feels off.
It doesn't feel off to me at all, especially if he has the mindset that Jason, wanting to feel like it enjoy the pleasures of the flesh without the actual like intentions of love.
I suppose. Again, because that again sounds more like the lower circle of lust, not this. But we're just gonna circle on this because again,
let's just put it this way: that may seem like the lower circle of lust for you, but for Catholics, especially 13th century Catholics, I don't think it is.
Well, no. 13th century doctrine, I'd agree with you. 13th century Catholics, no. Very different, because that's why I'm pointing to the commonality of it. That's why this is alien to me as I try to put myself into the shoes of Dante, where this would have been prevalent in not just the nobility, but the common folk as well. This would not have been a social commentary against one class or the other. Therefore, this would have to be the commentary against the action. Yet he put other people guilty of roughly the same action in higher circles. That's why this doesn't make sense to me. As stated. But, that being said, we do need to finish reading. So, and if we're going in the same cycle, that would be you picking up here at 100. And
it makes sense to me.
I'm not saying it. That wasn't my argument.
Yeah.
By the way, just the one comment that you made about him not having access to absolution, but we do know that Ripheus and other pagans appear in Paradiso and Purgatorio. So, like, at least for Dante, you can make it as a pagan and into those.
That's why
Jason
that doesn't
would
make
have
sense.
some kind of access to absolution.
Well, it comes from the time period of this in the Catholic teaching, because this changes in I think the 1430s, 1440s, I forget now. At this time period, if you existed before the time of Christ, or before the teachings of Christ could have spread into your lands, you could be only held accountable in the same way that of which of a child. And therefore, it was almost as if you had a soul that would only be guilty of your actions and not anything else, because you could not have been taught anything other. It was that time period between, I think it started under, God, what's his name, in 850, and then it continues until 1440 when it changes again. The Catholics used to basically think all babies went to hell, and then all babies went to heaven, and then all pagans who never heard the word of God actually went to fucking heaven, because they were literally never taught about Jesus. So, like, they went back and forth on this many, many times over the centuries.
Yeah, well, that became a problem, right? Because
yeah, I mean,
when conversion numbers are down, you kind of change your messaging. That's just kind of what happens.
No, I understand that's the mechanism, but I'm saying in this time period, like the way almost every Catholic would have been taught, if you existed before the time of Christ, you could make it into heaven because you could have been a precursor and a servant of God unknowingly, so on and so forth. Like that, like all of that was considered, and like we have multiple doctors of the church who write about this.
Or Jesus goes to hell and rescues a bunch of
stage jailbreak.
Yeah.
Tonight
But-
there's gonna be a jailbreak.
It looks like. God, I actually have to have you go further. Okay, so I'm gonna have to scroll, because it looks. I'll put that back. It looks like you got to go all the way down here to what looks like about 126. But if I scroll out enough for you to do that, you won't be able to read it for shit. So I'll have to scroll down when you get there. Just let me know.
So I'm at with him.
No, there did. Oh no,
Okay.
sorry. Wait, with him. No, you're right. I had moved the screen up too. Let me move it again.
Yep.
Yeah, with him. Sorry.
All right, ready? With him go those who in such wise deceive, and thus sufficient be of the first valley, to know and those that in its jaws it holds. We were already where the narrow path crosses athwart the second dike, and forms of that a buttress for another arch. Thence we heard people who are making moan in the next bolge, snorting with their muzzles, and with their palms beating upon themselves. The margins were encrusted with a mold by exhalation from below, that the sticks there, and with the eyes and nostrils wages war. The bottom is so deep, no place suffices to give us to give us sight of it, without ascending the arches back, where most the crag impends. Thither we came, and thence down in the moat I saw a people smothered in a filth that out of human privies seemed to flow. And whilst below there with mine eye I search, I saw one with a head so foul with ordure. It was not clear if he were clerk or layman. If you want to scroll it up. He screamed to me, "Wherefore art thou so eager to look at me more than the other foul ones?" And I to him, "Because if I remember, I have already seen thee with dry hair, and thou'rt Alessio Intermiani of Lucca. Therefore I eye thee more than all the others."
Okay, so like, I still laugh at the way you stumbled on Buttress. I'm like, Buttress, that one got you? That's such like 14-year-old one to laugh at, my friend. I was like, shame on you. You're around kids too much, teaching them. You're falling into their habits. It's the way, like I said, the way we going back to our previous discussion, which we have long since tangented off of, so like I want to remind people, like the way that, like, if you watch that scene in Two Towers where Isengard has all the trees stripped away and the holes dug around it, and you get to see all the buttresses coming out from it. That's kind of like how this is being described, but all with natural, craggy, spiky rocks instead of ornamented, carved Gothic rock. Like, this would be like, I mean, beyond like the obvious, this would be hell. This would be like the best way to describe it, like only something you could see in your nightmares, or if you had been to places like what they would have called the dark heart of Africa, i.e. southern Namibia. They weren't even that far in. But 1400s, give them some credit. They only knew so much, or 1300s rather. They only knew so much. Like you would have never seen any kind of like place like this. This would have been absolutely terrifying, because like sharp, like absolutely like bone crushing like rock and stuff like that was only found in like the highest parts of the Alps. You didn't see like people walking around on it, and you just think about the juxtaposition. To put this into like a modern visualization, this is people walking around on a sea of Lego bricks. Like, it's just like, it looks absolutely terrifying to even think about being one of the people in the throng. You're walking barefoot across seas of Lego bricks.
That, and covered entirely in what is basically shit.
Yes.
Because for those of you that have never been to a Renaissance festival, a privy is a toilet. And more specifically, an outhouse.
Yeah, and okay, so like, and as we get into the furtherance of that beyond like just the visualization, we also then have Alesso Intermene. Now this is he spells it oddly, and I think this is probably like a colloquial shortening of the name. You know, kind of like, you know, some people when instead of saying Johnston, when there's a T there, they'll cut the T and just say Johnson. That kind of colloquial shortening that has happened within either a region or a family. But the guy that they are talking about was a nobleman of the Lucchese, and he is documented to still have been alive when Dante finished the publication. So the commentary here is even more damning, because this bitch is still breathing when Dante publishes this. Like, ooh, like, goddamn. I couldn't, in my, you know, like, I can only look into him so much. I couldn't, in my searches, really find why he should be here, like his specific crime, other than he was known as kind of a dickhead. Like, Dante wasn't the only one who wrote rather unflatteringly about him. But none of them actually, like, specify crimes. So I got nothing to beyond that.
I can tell you exactly what Dante's doing here. And this is one of those communal interventions where he's telling somebody, you need to go to the priest. You need to get absolution. You know,
I'm putting your ass on blast for all time. Go fuck yourself. That's not an intervention. That's a that is, I'm trying to excommunicate you when I'm not the Pope. Fuck you. I mean, it's funny as that is, but like, seriously, like, Rich, how many other people has he done that have been alive to this point? I can only think of like one or two.
I don't know. I think probably it's more than one or two, though.
No, most of them are like recently dead. Like, as we went digging through, there's only been a couple that were alive, like at the time when this was published.
These could be people that have praised his exile. I mean,
oh yeah, no. But here's the thing: this isn't like, I would have maybe presented it as maybe like a hate boner by Dante if I thought maybe something like that. But like, other people fucking hate this guy too, so it's not just Dante. It's like that expression. You know, if you meet, you know, one person in a day who's an asshole, they're probably the asshole. If you meet everybody in a day who's an asshole, the common denominator is you. It might be you who's the asshole. Yeah. Pretty much everything I could find about this guy, people write about him like he's a fucking Kardashian. It's not good. So like,
all the more reason for a communal intervention.
Yeah, it's interesting. And to me, the other thing is, I don't understand the wet hair comment here. Is there a significance in 14th century Italy about wet hair and like nobility or like homosexuality or something?
Are you
like,
talking like, are you
Well,
seeing thee
no,
with dry hair?
it it because here in hell, his hair was shat on.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but what I mean is, seeing me
It's
with
just-
dry hair, it seems like he's trying to draw delineation here that, well, everybody's covered in excrement. Dry hair doesn't seem to be the thing that would delineate you away from everybody else in this. Like, oh, I saw your hair before it was covered in shit. It doesn't seem to, like, be an innocuous comment. It seems to be, like, drawing to something that I don't know what the fuck it is. Not because just the visual, everything's covered in shit. You know what I mean? Like, why would he say this? It means something, and I don't understand why. It's almost like I don't know. Maybe the guy was a blonde, and he's trying to say dry. You know, you had hair as dry as straw, and now look at this. I don't know. It just seems like some kind of an insult that I'm not getting from 14th century Italian or Longfellow's English, depending on if this translates accurately to the Italian.
Mm-hmm.
Which at Ancom, that would be a you question. Go on, Despy.
Could be that he was like a rich fellow, and he never had to really go out in the sunlight and sweat.
Maybe.
And seeing him with dry hair means that, like, I've seen you when you've never worked a day in your life.
He says that it was on his head. Like Musa's translation is a little more direct. I saw somebody's head so smirched with shit, you could not tell if he was priest or layman. So, I mean, yeah, obviously his hair's not dry.
Well, but again, it's just the way that it's worded, because this is in the spoken reply to the guy. It's almost like, again, this guy's alive.
And also, well, keep in mind that the conceit of the poem is that this was written like in the future. So so that means he's alive at the time when this was written, but maybe he's not alive at the time in which this takes place.
But the thing is, at least according to the timeline in the book, this guy outlived Dante by long enough to where technically he would have outlived his character, but it's still
maybe Dante didn't know that.
And how could he? He's dead at that point.
Right.
What I'm trying to get at is,
he didn't know that when he wrote it. He didn't know he would be so long lived when he wrote it.
Well, I was thinking more, but it's still a social commentary. Is it wishing death upon him? Is it wishing hell upon him? Is it saying you still have time to fix it before you die, as, you know, Despy insinuated? And again, is this perhaps an idiosyncrasy of Longfellow that I'm drawing on, and dry hair isn't there in the Italian, which would
another reason why I think it has to do with dry, like not only is there shit on his head, but it appears to be liquid, right? Because it says a ditch plunged in excrement. Plunge implies liquid, I think. And then also it says might as well have been flushed from our latrines.
I mean, but the other thing is sauces gives away the liquid. You're fine on the rest of it. We don't need any of the others.
Well, pungent sauces.
They're also flushed, right? You flush liquids. So,
well, yeah, and the thing is I don't know how 13th century privies worked. I don't know if they had quote unquote flushes in the traditional sense, or if they just dumped a box. I have no fucking clue. Like I'd have to dig into that, and I didn't think I'd be thinking about fucking 14th century.
Is all you need.
Well, yeah, but that implies that you have a water cistern high enough for gravity feed to fill. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know how this worked on average in 1400s. I don't understand. I don't know. Or 14th century, rather. Like, that is beyond my plumbing knowledge. And that's why it just seems like the liquid was implied. I didn't think we needed to think the latrine in and of itself gave it the liquid. But to me, the dry hair, it'd be like, if he's so covered that you can't tell him from clerk or layman, that means he's fucking thoroughly caked. Okay. So he's thoroughly caked, which means he's either so recognizable that you're able to recognize him through this by something, gait, walk, shape of hair, something. Or that Dante has some kind of preternatural sense that this is a lesso. I don't think it's the latter. That I think Virgil would have had the preternatural sense and said something first if that was the case. So that means this guy is recognizable, and it seems like he's drawing attention to the hair. And it just seems like one of those things like maybe I lost it to the 14th century Italian, which is why maybe. I keep asking for ANCOM if dry hair even translates accurately.
I'm looking at it. Let me just make sure I've got the correct translation for this one word. One sec.
Yeah, because I mean, this may be an idiosyncrasy where there's a particular wording in Italian that doesn't translate accurately to English.
Hey, I'm just saying this right now, okay? And I know that the audience won't know this person, but everybody in this call will know this person, okay? Now, if he is screaming at Dante, and Dante knows him by his voice, and let's just say his voice is so recognizable that he would sound like Isle.
Oh.
That it doesn't matter if he's covered in crap or not.
Well, yeah, that's why I said I didn't really
think about that.
It could be voice. It could be. I'm still pointing to Dante said hair if it translates accurately, I should say.
Capelli asciuti, dry hair. Or
okay,
literally hair that is dry.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, it's not even because, sometimes when dry hair, they mean hair that's, more like straw. They end up meaning stuff like that. Transliterations happen, so I wanted to double check.
I mean, because who knows? I mean, this could be Isle, this could be Bro Lord. We have no clue.
Oh no! Honestly, by the level that this guy is fucking commented on in a negative light, he's Durka. Just to add an extra layer to the joke from earlier.
I am just saying that the voice is probably so recognizable that even fully covered in shit, you know exactly who that person is.
And no, audience, you will never hear either of these people on my channel or in my Discord. So you will never hear these voices. And Isle or Durka, if you're there, hi, you're fucking annoying, go away.
I might have a sound clip somewhere. I have a sound clip somewhere. I'll find
it. Damn it, no. Yeah, just because, like, everywhere that I see commented on Alessio, outside of his family journals, he's commented on negatively.
Right, but like I'm saying, like, if someone is that negative like that, it's not like that their voice is going to blend in with everybody else's.
Maybe. That being said, in a sea of people screaming, I know all three of your guys' voices pretty goddamn well. I don't know if I could pick you guys out of a crowd of screaming people walking across Lego bricks.
Hey, if Isle yelled at you and screamed at you from inside that pit, could you hear that?
I don't know. Like, I've been in a mosh pit. I honestly don't know. Like, I've had people 5 feet away from me screaming at the top of their lungs and I couldn't fucking hear them. So, like, because of how much everybody else was screaming. So I don't fucking know, baby. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I just thought the dry hair thing seemed significant because it seemed like an insult. It seemed like I've seen you when your hair was dry, you fucking shit stained piece of shit. Like, it seemed like that kind of like what the fuck kind of comment.
I was gonna say, Jack, they're not in a mosh pit; they're in a slosh pit.
Yeah, shit covered Lego brick city. Yeah. Yes, and for any of you in the audience, while we're being rather vulgar, just honestly think about it more like this. If you've ever walked down that white, sharp rock gravel driveway without shoes and socks on, Now imagine that and stepping in dog shit. You have their entire life for the rest of eternity.
I wouldn't. No, not dog shit. This would be pig shit.
Well, yeah, but these people aren't going to know that. Just ruddy dog shit. They'll understand that. They'll have seen that. That's what I mean. Like, it's just like you're just stepping in filth, and as you step on it, you're stepping on sharp fucking rocks. Like, this is honestly, if I was in hell, this would be the place I'd want to be the least. Fuck this shit. Literally. Like, all right.
Always gets worse.
Honestly, no. I'd take some of the deeper sections of hell. Like, when we get closer to Satan, like, some of those seem downright cozy compared to this place to me. Sorry. I have some pretty tough-ass feet. I've had to walk across sharp fucking, like, filth-covered stones that, like, cut up your feet and you get infections. This is a fucking nightmare and a half. That being said, which one of the two of you would like to finish off the last little bit?
I'll finish it off.
Alrighty, and it looks like we're starting on 127 if you're using the spreadsheet.
All right.
I
They
think.
said to me the guy. Oh, what?
I think. Hold on. No, if that's then one more
124?
canto up, and here thereon, yeah, that's where we left off.
Yep. And he thereon belaboring his. The fuck? And he thereon belaboring his pumpkin. Okay, the Italian here is zucca. I'm gonna say belaboring his zucchini because that's a closer translation. But what? Belaboring his pumpkin. I'm just stuck on this. I can't move on. Okay. Musa translates this as he beat his slimy forehead as he answered. None of this makes any sense. Oh my God.
He belabored a zucchini. We'll just go with it. Go on. It makes it sound so much worse in reality. But
hey, the only thing that can make it worse if he was belaboring his eggplant, okay? That'd be the only thing that would be worse.
And he thereon belaboring his pumpkin. The flatteries have submerged me here below, where with my tongue was never sure fitted. Then said to me the guide, see that thou thrust thy visage somewhere somewhat farther in advance, that with thine eyes thou well the face attain of that uncleanly and dishevelled drab, who there doth scratch herself with filthy nails, and crouches now, and now on foot is standing. Thias the harlot is it, who replied unto her paramour when he said, have I great gratitude from thee? Nay, marvelous, and herewith let our sight be satisfied.
okay, yeah, there's
Pumpkin. God
I'll be honest, I didn't know that it said zucchini essentially, but pumpkin fell off to me too, belaboring his pumpkin. I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Smacking his belly? Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, back in Dose la Zucca, literally battering his zucchini.
So, if I am going to be as charitable as possible and not think that this is innuendo, the best thing that I can say is that this would be like somebody at market, like trying to overprice their food, and that would be a form of deceit. The best I got.
Okay.
The best I got.
All right. No. I got it. So, okay, I was wrong. Zucchini literally means small zucca. Zucca being pumpkin or squash. However, it can be used in the humorous sense of their head. So he's battering his head, but he's using it kind of like we would call our head our melon. Same sense.
Our gourd, yeah. Okay, I
Yeah, or
mean,
in fact, gourd would be a great way to translate this.
I mean, still,
So
it's one of those things where I'm
Next
sitting
time,
there like, what the fuck?
I'm telling you right now, Ancom, the next time we're in a conversation with somebody and you're literally getting nowhere because they're that stupid, I'm going to tell you, you need to stop belaboring your pumpkin.
No, just say pump. Just say the word pumpkin like a safe word, so that nobody understands the context, but the three other of us.
I'll ask, like, we'll get into a conversation with someone like that. I'll ask you, hey, just say pumpkin if you need out.
but okay, a translation that would be the most understandable would be, and he's standing there beating his head. Just if anyone wanted
that innuendo is still there. I'm just telling you that innuendo is still there.
Laboring his pumpkin, absolutely. That is amazing. I am so using that.
Yeah, it's just. But then he goes to
like
Thias.
next time I talk to Gibbs, I'll just be like, okay, don't belabor your pumpkin on this.
Oh God, no, don't let him out on it. I don't want him fucking it up. That being said, Thias the Harlot. This is a particular thing that, honestly, in my eyes, even Dante glosses over. Hence, why it's the last tercet that we get anything of it. And it's the whole point of she is standing on foot. She crouches, etc. It's the whole point of that she is attempting to use her paramour. And her paramour, have I great gratitude from thee? Nay, marvelous. He's actually happy he doesn't have gratitude because it would be too much. Like, the implications of you're such a horrible piece of shit that even thanking me would make it worse is kind of fucking funny, in my opinion. Like, think about that. Even giving me gratitude while being the bitch that you are would make this worse. Go away. Or am I the only one who read it that way?
Oh,
No,
I yeah.
Because, like, think about it. Have you ever had somebody you just no, don't thank me, don't apologize, just go, just go.
Well, it's interesting because this seems to go the other way in Moose's translation. He says, "Am I very worthy of your thanks?" She replies, "Very, nay, incredibly so." Like, I would consider incredibly to be an upgrade from very. So, have I great gratitude from thee, nay, marvelous? You could consider marvelous to be an upgrade from great, but
I mean, I really felt like it was sarcasm, but, like, maybe that's me, like, completely fucking poisoned by modern internet. Name marvelous. Like, I just see name marvelous.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, io grazie grandi a te, anzi maravigliosi. Again, it's, great things versus marvelous, magnificent. It seems to be like, maybe it is sarcastic, but to me, being the literalist that I tend to be, she's complimenting him more.
I have questions then about your belief in Christianity if you're a literalist, my friend. No, sorry, you triggered me with that word.
Well, again, location tells you where they are, right? This is for flatterers. This is where the flatterers are. So she was flattering him, literally. She is in.
Yeah, but flattery,
right.
but flattery can be just as easily fucking mocking as in. That's my point, because, like, the target of it does not have to know that you don't mean it, and that's why, like, maybe I'm just poisoned by modern culture in general, because, like, to me this would be like, hey wife, was that good to eat? Oh yeah, it was great. I had to add fucking salt.
It would be clearly she doesn't mean it if she's flattering him, right? Like, otherwise it would just be a genuine, like,
I don't know. Okay, I guess there is a question that would have to be answered to make that. Is flattery only flattery when it is untrue? Or when it has nefarious motives? Or when it is actually a true statement, does it automatically become praise?
Well, in this case, it must be right because it's a virtue of hell or whatever, not a virtue.
A vice.
These are flatterers. Yeah, it's a vice of hell.
Well,
Um,
but preaching somebody's ego, giving somebody into a sin themselves, leading somebody into sin, even if you mean every word of what you're saying, is in and of itself a sin, no?
um, I think there has to be some intentionality to it.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know. See, I would consider flattery, like I
You to
flattered
be held
people that
responsible for it.
I and meant every word that I said, and then I've praised people and meant every word that I've said. The intentionality between the two is different. Where flattery, I was trying to make them feel good. Praise, I am trying to make others understand how good they are. That's how I interpreted the
If she was
difference
doing the
between the
latter,
two.
it wouldn't have landed her in hell.
Well, but if you flatter, do you praise somebody to themselves? That's what I mean. That's why I'm saying the delineation to me is who you are intending the message to. If you were flattering, you were saying it to the person. If you were praising, you were saying to others about the person. That's how I've always used the word in my head. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think you can praise somebody directly.
Yeah, fair enough. I always considered that more flattery, but maybe that's just an idiosyncrasy of my own, I should say.
Yeah, it seems to me that flattery, also the fact that it is right next to deception, um, you know,
Well, because and this is the reason
well, actually,
behind
I think
it.
these are all deceiving, right? Because these Malboges are, it's classified as simple fraud, all of them, like all,
Well,
the
yeah.
entire Circle 8 is fraud,
Well,
simple
but
fraud.
for example, like,
So flattery as a version of fraud, well, it's pretty clear what that is then.
well, and I would agree with that overall. But I was more asking because the flattery praise delineation is not, and here it was something that we set out of the poem. That's why I was making sure, like, how we were using it. Um,
Sure, it's fraudulent praise.
um, and I get that, but I guess here was the reason why I have this idiosyncrasy. There are certain things that I find beautiful or appealing or attractive, etc. That the rest of the wider world, it is not considered, normally or naturally attractive to the rest of people. And I don't mean that in like a necessarily like woman sense or somebody like that, but there are certain aspects that you can have about a person or place that is beautiful to me, that to other people it's just nothing, it's common to them. And if I were to be praising it and giving that person a big head on my interpretation of what I find appealing to them, that would be a form of flattery, not necessarily a form of praise in my eyes.
But would you
Because
be doing it fraudulently?
technically yes, because I know what appeals to me is not what the wider world, and I know the way that I'm saying something could potentially lead them to think otherwise. Yeah, that's technically fraud, even if unintentional. You can unintentionally commit fraud. It's hard, but it is possible.
Yeah, but I think that the way Dante operates is you have to intend it. You don't accidentally land in hell, right?
Oh,
You're in
yeah.
hell because
Again,
hell is not unjust, right? So you would have to be, you would have to deserve
except
to be.
for doesn't
Hell is
he
for
in
people. Hell is for people that are committing sins against God.
except
If your
for
intentionality is not there to commit the sin against God, then I don't think you end up in hell.
Right.
yet some do, like Virgil, who had no intentionality, commit a sin against God, since at least in his mind Yahweh didn't fucking exist yet.
Hey, maybe he was given the option to do the jailbreak with Jesus, and he's like, "Nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna stay."
Yeah, I mean, but more what I was getting at is, that would seem to imply to me that the intentionality is part of it, but not all of it. It would seem the downstream effect is what is the culminating thing that lands you here. Because, yes, at least in my opinion, Rich, hell is unjust, but you multiple reasons, and I think even to a point Dante considers it unjust, which is why as Dante the writer and Dante the narrator, he as Dante the character shows sympathy for some of these people. Um, I think he, to a point, finds it to a certain level unjust as well. Maybe not to the same level I do, but the same problem of evil type shit that every Christian goes
later
through to a
on,
point.
when we get to Paradiso, we'll meet the Eagle of Justice. This is going to happen like around
First or second canto into Paradiso, right?
19th, I think. And
Really? I didn't think
the
it was
Eagle of
that deep.
Justice specifically says that if you die unbaptized, you don't necessarily go to hell, but you will be judged like based on whether or not your virtue like aligns with God's will. So you don't as a
AKA,
result, like,
let's say the word with me, class. Harmonization. Okay, sorry.
yeah, if you harmonize with God, then you can avoid divine punishment.
Well, to be more
but-
accurate, harmonize with the church, but yeah.
Well, no, because it says God. Actually, he says God's inscrutable will, and the church is scrutable.
Except for
God's will
God,
that's inscrutable.
except for isn't God's will also dictated by the church due to the sacred promises? That which you hold true on earth, I will hold true in heaven.
Sure, but those aren't the only things that are held true in heaven, right? So yeah, sure. If when the church like declares something to be a dogma, then it's true in heaven as well. Although the assumption there is that the Holy Spirit won't let the church say anything wrong.
Oh, come on, Francis. Come on, allow pro-choice. Make that. Just watch all the Catholics lose their fucking mind. How would your parents react?
Look, he just needs to borrow the hat from the Mormons, and then he'll be good.
Oh, there's a sentence we don't need to know. The Catholics and the Mormons do not need to join
or the
forces.
special underwear. One of the two.
No, the hat, because you can look in the hat and then get new divine revelation. So that's how they get out of everything. Like when they realize they can't be racist anymore, they just looked at the hat and the hat said, "Oh, black people are okay now."
I don't think they use the hat anymore. I think it's just the word of the prophet. But yeah, I think I get what you're saying.
They did use the hat for black people. I think.
Yeah, I think they don't use it anymore. I think they used it up until the 80s. Like and then the blacks were allowed in the 70s. Yeah,
used the hat to get themselves out of the.
Well, and every time before, because that's literally how dipshit built the religion is. I put my face into my hat with a stone and I can translate Reformed Egyptian, which is a language that doesn't exist, from plates that only these 20-something people have seen, but none of them have seen all of... Yeah, fucking goddamn Mormons, I swear to God. Like, how do you fall for it? How?
All I know is that hat, like, ended a lot of discrimination in the church. So
I don't know. People fall for essential oils like pretty simply. I mean, Mormonism is just another step.
I asked the same question of those dumb fucks. I asked the same why and how of those dumb fucks. How? We have science. Yes, some essential oils have medical benefits. Not all of them. How about you do a quick Google scholar search? Just one on the species.
You've never seen that what is it, like if Google was a person thing where you have him and he's like, I have 1,566,000 files that say it is wrong and one one file that says it's true. I knew I was right. And that's literally what it is.
to a point, yes, this is why I say Google Scholar, because if you can find one scholarly paper, okay, maybe you have something. Maybe it's not everything you think it is, but if you have one set of doctors saying, yeah, there's something here, there's some medical benefit, we showed this X benefit, from this test we did, okay, maybe you got something. But, like, just one Google Scholar search. It's a couple extra letters in the HTML.
I got my scholarly paper on scienceforsale.com, okay?
Okay, and for those of you who don't understand what we are obliquely referencing here, going on Google, if you were to do scholarly research and then type in scholarly research and then type in your subject matter, whatever it is, you're going to get vastly different results than if you open Google Scholar and type in that same exact subject matter. And part of that comes from stuff I'll bring up. I don't know if Despy was referring to it, but there's places like this place called Evolution Now, or Discovery Institute, or Creation Research Institute, or blah 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 blah. Answers. Just take your fucking pick of these fucking goddamn mills. And they will put out quote-unquote scholarly papers that never appear in any scholarly journals, have zero H-index, zero peer review beyond their own fucking editor, which is usually the guy who wrote the paper you're reading.
And it's probably grammatically incorrect.
It's probably not even formatted like a paper beyond like the first page so that you get drawn into it to read to page 2 when everything goes to shit. That's part of the problem here when we go into some of these things. So when he's talking about Mormonism being essentially, or essential oils being Mormonism with extra steps, essentially, he's not wrong. Because it's the same level of idiocy that comes from this of, I know that the person who founded my religion was a fraud. He was put in jail for being a fraud because he told people he could find fucking treasure. And when he fucking took thousands or hundreds, I think it was hundreds of dollars, thousands with calculated for inflation, of dollars from people and basically fucking scammed them, he got put in jail. And he founded a religion after he got out of jail because he knew that would give him legal protections. Until he got to Missouri, and Missouri created the Mormon Kill Order, as it's colloquially known. It's really the Mormon Extermination Order of blah, blah, blah year. I forget the year now. And then they had to move out west to what is now Salt Lake City and all that shit. Like, he literally, we know, we can trace his history in real time across the country, where he was tarred and feathered for pedophilia, where he was chased out of towns for trying to seduce the wives of people that he crossed paths with, so on and so forth, until he finally got into the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and there was nobody to fucking tell anybody other than him what was real. And he built his cult. We literally can track this shit. And essential oils, I can trace back to the exact dickhead in 1964 who started this goddamn shit. Fucking hippie motherfucker. One of my own. He fucked us. He smoked one too many joints and forgot how to use evidence. Sorry. I have a problem with people who fuck up the way we understand how evidence functions. It's a pet peeve of mine, if you haven't noticed by now, chat, because I guarantee you I've went on one of these rants before and I don't remember it, because pretty much any time we get anywhere near this, I get annoyed about it.
Anyway, I have to go since we're at the end here, and I need to go to bed because I got to get up with kids tomorrow. Wife has to work, and I have to, and she has to work on a Sunday because it's after New Year's, because they had to take a day off for New Year's Day. So
Well, that sucks, and I apologize to her for that, but hope you and the kids have fun at Aikido if it's going.
Nope.
Nope.
There's no
What do you
class
guys got
tomorrow.
playing?
Well, and even if there was class, I couldn't take the kids because the wife has to pick them up.
Okay, but
And
what do you got
one
playing
of the
then?
kids. We got some new Beyblades, so we are probably going to be doing
Beyblades are
Beyblades
still a
for hours
thing?
on end.
Wow.
This is Japan. This is Japan we're talking about.
I didn't fucking know. Like,
Yeah.
you guys got like fucking like remote control robots and shit. Like, I didn't fucking know Beyblade, the little spinny top things were still big. I didn't know.
Hey, Beyblade X is out now, and both of my kids are hooked. So
Okay, my kids are in their 30s. My grandkids thankfully never got into Beyblades. My feet thank them for it. So I have no fucking clue. Like, I know more about Ninjago than I do Beyblades. Like at this point, and like, what was the other one that they were watching recently? Um, Crap. The new Kung Fu Panda show that came out recently. Like, I know more about that. I thought Beyblades was like a '90s thing.
like it never stopped. Trust me. Trust me.
I'm not complaining. Well, have fun and do your best not to step on any of them, because ouch.
And just remember, let it rip.
But I could like Rich. I don't know. When was the last time you played with a top? Because that's essentially what a fucking Beyblade is.
Yep, I don't know. It's been a while.
Oh,
Like what? 10, 12?
my nine-year-old will
dreidel.
argue with you that it's not just a top.
Well, no, but it essentially is. I'm just trying to think, when was the last time like people like our age would have found that interesting? Like, because that was a toy.
It was a dreidel.
Okay, when it's not the religious symbol, for me it probably would have been like 10 or 12, and it would have been one of them big pear-shaped motherfuckers when we were still doing like the top battles where you were trying, essentially what created Beyblade. Those big wood things. That was the last time I did it, and it stopped being fun when I broke one. And I was like,
Hey,
damn, these things are expensive. I'm gonna go buy a
But now they
baseball.
put-
They last
now they put-
longer.
now they put cogs on them, like around the top, and then around the outside there's actually like it's like riveted around the outside, so the cogs literally catch and they spin in and then they attack each other that way too now.
Yeah, it's just I just thought they died out because like tops.
It's Beyblade.
More power to you. I'm just glad that it works, because like there is something satisfying about those kind of games as a kid. I'm glad they're not completely dead with technology. At least not in Japan, even if they're dead fucking like a son of a bitch here. Um, like honestly, like my kids want V-Bucks or Roblox bucks. Like they don't fucking Beyblades. They don't think about that shit. Like they want Fortnite skins and stuff. But
My kids spent 4 hours playing with that straight.
I'm not complaining. I am impressed. So, have fun tomorrow. And like I said, save your feet. Maybe keep the tabi on, and just in case you step on one. Yeah,
Because they're metal too. Like
I
on top of
know.
it, like, they have the metal.
I've seen the like the package, like when I go on eBay looking for collectibles. I see the old ones still in packages. So I knew that part was still around. I didn't know people still played with them. I didn't know there
Yeah.
was new ones. But yeah, that metal is like pot metal too. It's like, it's not fucking soft. It's the best way to describe it, if you've ever gone to a cheap furniture place, people in chat, like when you were getting ready to furnish your dorm room, and you saw those really, really shitty brass pots that had that little cog of metal sticking off or a little like sprue of metal sticking off the bottom, and you could see it wasn't brass. That's the pot metal we're talking about. Go ahead and run your finger across the sharp edge of that. That's essentially what we're talking about stepping on.
Let's see here. Oh, I think I posted it once before, but I'll post it again.
Well, if you did, I don't remember it. Oh, that's riches. You must have put it on the other side. So,
3, 2, 1, let it rip!
You see it?
yeah, good lord. Yeah, I definitely have never seen it before, but I see it now. Because I would have remembered the video. I thought you were about to put a picture up of the Beyblade you're using.
No, I just...
Yeah, that's it's a fun game. I'm glad that they still have stuff like that for kids nowadays. But that being said, with you taking off, and I don't think we really have anything more to add, because Thias, like, honestly, if your fucking professor asks you a single fucking question about her, I'll be shocked. Like honestly.
If your professor asks a question about her, your professor's a dick.
Well, I mean, but my thing is this, like, I'd be shocked because there's so little known. It'd be one of those things, it'd be like asking a question about, like, I don't fucking know, like, Yasuke, like, before he made it to Japan. Like, we know what happened. Yeah, sorry, I said his name wrong, but yeah, like, we know what happened, like, when he was in Japan, but I don't know damn thing about his life before Japan.
Yeah.
Like I don't know a fucking goddamn thing. Like, it'd be the same, like, where was Yasuke?
No one in Japan cared to document it, so...
Well, whatever reason there is, like, it's one of those kind of things, like, there's just not a lot known about Thias. So, if Thias is asked on your question, yeah, they're a dick. And I'd be utterly shocked. And by the way, please send me a fucking screenshot in the comments about that. I want to know what fucking professor is that much of a douchebag. I'll call him. I will personally call and ask why. Give me the source, because you know what? If there's more to know than what I'm able to find, I'd rather know. And if he's being a dick, he needs to know he's being a dick.
that this might be a circle of hell he may end up in.
yeah, no shit. It'd be like, oh, where'd Yasuke, come into manhood? No fucking clue. But they have an answer on there. I guarantee you they're fucking lying unless they can give me a source. Like, that just is what it is. So, but
yep.
I mean, that's really what it boils down to. Have a good week, and on that, I'm going to kick over to the end screen. Have a good one, my friend.
Yep. Bye-bye.
All right, and with that, I'm going to...
Yeah, I kind of figured that with the I lost track of time. And most people require a lot more sleep than I do. So when I'm still a little groggy, I can only imagine what you feel like.
Yeah, 2 cups of coffee just barely got me through it.
So, sleep well, my friend. Hopefully your partner get a good rest of the morning.
Indeed, thanks very much.
Have a good one.
گم شده در طوفان دیگر روشن نیست آنان باد بان کشیدن راه کردن فریادم در اقیانوس سکوت همواره میبرم عروسکی بریز من های عروسک بازی رقصاندم دلم آواز خواند در کارناوالیشان در هوا چرخاندن اما نمایش که تمام شد ریسمانم را باریدند من فانوس دریایی شکسته بر ساحلی بیکس گم شده در طوفان دیگر روشن نیست آنان بادبان کشیدن رها کردند فریادم در اقیانوس سکوت همواره می bară. Man sanduke ganji podam, sanduki astrela, garat kardan gain hai, dastanam napida, tashabima, kalbam yaksat, dastani tan hatar, dar sukut foruhtam. Anan uyaha, ira gereftan vachunach tabidan, parche I baftan, ke daran hunam budi. Ama chundast ka, e baftan istat, mara morte hvagozashtan, dar parche tanai, gambar mi daram. Man fanu se dariai shikaste, parsayili bikas, gom shuder dar trufan digeroshanist. Anan bad banki shirdan, raha kardan fariadam, dar okeanus e suku, hamvare mi param, akmanistadam, negah bani uzjas, per bad kahitan hai, man vares, etemadam ragereftan, kalbam barhanna, dar simfoni e sukut, aramesh miyaba. Dar saje haje pici deh pichak ha, bagi botsar sabs aknun band ha, etemadam dadam, nishane mokadas, ama gol harachidan, kormandam dar kafas. Man fanu se dariai shikaste, bar sahili bikas, gom shodeh dar trufan digaroshanist. Anan bad banki shirdan, raha kardan fariadam, dar okeanus e sukut, hamvare mi baram. Arosak I barisman, hai arosak bazi, raksandam, delam avaz khan, dar karnavalishan, dar havachar kandan, aman amayesh ketamam shu, rismanam rabaridan. Man fanu se dariai shikaste, bar sahili bikas, gom shodeh dar trufan digaroshanist. Anan bad banki shirdan, raha kardan fariadam, dar okeanus e sukut, hamvare mi baram. Sanduke ganji podam, sanduki astrela, garat kardan gain hai, dastanam napida, tashabima, kalbam yaksat, dastani tan hatar, dar sukut foruhtam. Anan uyaha, ira gereftan vachunach tabidan, parche I baftan, ke daran hunam budi. Ama chundast ka, e baftan istat, mara morte hvagozashtan, dar parche tanai, gambar mi daram. من فانوس دریایی شکسته بر ساحل بیک است گم شده در طوفان دیگه روشن نیست لعنم بادبان کشیدم رها کردم فریادم در اقیانوس سکوت همواره میبرم اکنون ایستادم نگهبانی از یاس در پادگاهی تنهایی من وارث اعتمادم را گرفتند قلبم برهنم در سیمفونی سکوت آرامش مییابم در سایه های پیچیده پیچک ها باگی بود سرسبز اکنون بند ها اعتمادم دادم نشان مقدس اما گل ها را چیدند کرماندم در قفس من فانوس دریایی شکسته بر ساحل بیک است گم شده در طوفان دیگر